Hello, welcome back to How to RPG. Yes, I'm late. I'm very, very late. All I can say is getting up on Friday morning and doing a live stream is it's hard, okay? It's hard. But you're here for me to talk about the fighter, but also to do some work on the fighter. And for those of you who are wondering, what could you possibly do with a fighter? Isn't the fighter already perfect the way it is? Really? Is the fighter really perfect the way it is? I'm going to put up a poll. Feel free to take part in that poll, and I'll do my best to sort of, like make this reasonably interesting. Somebody's already asked me the question, how would you improve upon the fighter? Well, we're going to discuss this. So we've already done some work on it. I'm hoping that today is the day that I actually get it finished. Anyway, that's beside the point. Let's first deal with the intro stuff, and then I'm going to just show you a lot of stuff, and I'll do a lot of talking as well. This is going to be long. I'm going to take breaks every hour, but the first hour will be jam packed with stuff. Like most of it is going to be in the front end, and then a lot of the work will be following that. So let's get started, shall we? Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller, and today I want to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. The fighter, specifically. The fighter, that's right. Why the fighter? Because I actually think the fighter has been subpar for a long time. Because all the fighter does is fight. That's all it does is fight. It doesn't do anything else. It should be obvious there's a problem. So I'm not very happy with the fact that all I get from the fighter is to fight, and a lot of the things that it used to be able to do, it can't do now. Like, it doesn't get castles, doesn't get followers. It's a little bit frustrating. Anyway, in any case, I've decided it would be a good idea to revamp it. So that is what I'm doing today. Is we're revamping. Okay, we're not going to leave it the way it was. We're going to fix it up, and I'm very much going to be putting in the things that my group want from it. My group have a very specific agenda. One, we're made up of people who have been playing the game a long time, so they've played basic Dungeons and Dragons, advanced Dungeons and Dragons, 3.5. Some have played 4E, and some are playing 5E. In fact, everybody in my group is playing 5E. It's just a very modified version of it now. But they're also power gamers. They're also power gamers. So they've given me some criteria and some requirements, and it's actually proving to be quite difficult to do. I kind of figured it would, but I'm also hoping that I can rein things in a little bit, because they are reasonable people generally. And sometimes not, but generally they're reasonable people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I've been working on, and I'm going to try and finish the rest of it today. And I think it's definitely going to be plausible to do. I think it's quite possible that's going to happen. So I will get started and show you some of this stuff. So thank you for being here. Soul Train, welcome. You know, I think that they are on the right trackish. So for me, I found it very frustrating. It was one of the reasons why. Well, it's not the only reason. I don't want to talk about Unearthed Arcana, primarily because I don't think that they're doing what they need to do with it. It's not the class that I've ever been looking for. I keep having to play things that I don't care about, so that's why I'm doing this. I would prefer to actually just rebuild everything and remaster it, upgrade it, whatever you want to call it. It's not necessarily. I'm not actually necessarily putting in a lot of huge buffs or anything to make them on par with spellcasters. That's really not what I was thinking about in the slightest. I'm just thinking about the fantasy of being if you want to play a fighter, what do you want to get from it? So let's have a look at some of the design goals that I have here. But some of the complexity should be optional. Yes, I agree. Some of the complexity should be optional, because some folks want just a swing my sword. Yes. You want to see my take? Well, good. I'm going to show you my take in a second. Yep. Hello, Jay Lewis. Hi, Fred. Long time watcher, but first time live on stream. Well, welcome. Welcome to the craziness that is a Friday for me. Thursday if you're in North America. Love your style, and I'm running Wave Echo Cave Saturday And your vids are so helpful. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Somebody had asked me to remaster them, and I've been very reluctant to do that, although I do understand that nobody's getting to see them now because YouTube doesn't put them in front of you. But anyway, project goals. Look, if you have questions about anything, I've got plenty of time, so you might as well just ask them in the chat and I'll get to them, okay? So design a fighter class that I like and my home group wants to play. That's what I have to do. Ensure the fighter class has a wide spread of features that cover all the pillars of play. So that's exploration, social interaction, combat, and world building. I know you're starting to think, what the heck? There's a question mark one because I forgot what the other one was. If I remember, I will put it down. Hello, Shiner81. Spread out the features across the levels. That's going to be very difficult because so initially what I had wanted to do is I wanted to bulldoze and just get rid of, like burn to the ground everything that Wizards of the Coast had made from level 10 onward and just replace them with stuff that I thought was suitable for level 10 to 20 play. Since I have played I have dungeon mastered from level 1 to 20, and I have played at least up to level 15, 16. So I kind of know what you need to have at those levels, and none of the stuff they give you is any good. It's like we're still playing like a low-level character, and the features are just ridiculous. This is why people multi-class. Make level 10 not suck. That's level 10 and upward has to not suck, because right now it does. Level 10 features need to have some fluff and story quest requirements. My players have been very, very adamant that has to be there. Okay, I'm pretty much going to be ignoring a lot of Wizards of the Coast, Paizo, Kobold Press, and other professional designers and publishers because they've never made anything that I really liked. So why the heck am I going to follow what they did? So yes, I'm in big trouble, people. Big trouble. We're going off in a different tangent completely. I have to eliminate the desire to multi-class from fighter. So I have to make the fighter desirable enough to play the way it is. So there needs to be some stuff in there that you can build in to make your fighter different to somebody else's fighter, but it still be a fighter rather than a snowflake. I don't want a snowflake character I don't really want to have snowflake character class stuff going on. So I'm going to try to deal with that. I don't know how easy it is. Remove the fighter features that use a bonus action and a short rest. So they have to be it has to be an action, or it has to be a free action or something like that. It needs to eliminate that bonus action and short rest because I can't stand it. It's driving me nuts. Ensure the game masters have the necessary tools to adjudicate the fighter's high-level features. So one of the things is that high-level features can be quite complicated and require a lot of dungeon master or game master buy-in. Otherwise, they would just ban it from the table. So you have to give them the tools to make it work. Otherwise, why would they use it? And I know also too, for myself, I need some shortcuts. So if I can provide shortcuts for the game master who's running the game right now, then that would be great. But also shortcuts for myself, so I don't have to have a great huge document or book for everything I need to know about all the other bits that I need to put in there. I'm going to remove subclasses and put in a different system. But I'm going to use the standard leveling that they had because I thought that was a very clever idea, okay? So we're adding in strongholds. I've written the stronghold section. There's only one little bit, it's like a couple of words I need to add in here. I haven't figured that out yet. We've put in the followers. I think the followers are all right the way it's laid out so far. We're going to do a lot of work on the utility function today. Particularly for low-level utility. Fighting styles linked to fluff. I haven't been able to sort of figure that out, but I'm hoping I will. I've got to add in the class titles because my group want to have class titles back. Military rank, I still haven't figured out how to make that happen. I think it's really JP's wanting that quite a lot. He used to be in the military, so. Force marching without exhaustion, so I've got to figure out how that works. Navigating with a compass, maps, not getting lost during the day. Navigating probably by the sun as well, because that would be something you would be able to do as a fighter. I generally feel. I don't feel like this is treading on the toes of the ranger. I'm going to give the ranger something much better. Remarkable athlete, I think we want to tie that in as well. Endurance, I'm not sure how that looks. I think it's going to be linked into being force marching without exhaustion. I just need to word it right. Battle tactics, still not too sure how to make that look. Digging a foxhole trench, iron nerves, reduced fear at high levels. I think we have something like that already. military guild or membership. I think it wound up being just guild membership. So I've got a feature for guild membership. Basic engineering, bush survival, building siege equipment, because that's kind of what you do. You know, if you're a fighter at low level, you would still be able to build siege equipment, and you'd still have some bush survival skills, because you have to. Training and domesticated animals for riding, leadership at high levels. So there's an awful lot here that they asked for. So what did I do so far? Drink some water, and then I'll go over and tell you what I did last time. And then I'm going to get started into actually doing all the stuff we haven't finished. So I didn't change hit points or progression for that. I thought that was perfectly fine, so I left it alone. I didn't change armor. I guess we're going with American English for this one. So I might change my mind about that. So all armor, all shields, we're keeping that, not changing it. Simple weapons, martial weapons, I'm keeping that. It's just going to, I'm not going to give them a tool proficiency, but I was thinking about it, but I decided in the end I think it's going to be background that's going to be more useful for that. Saving throws are the same. What I did change is with the skills. I've given the fighter athletics and survival right out of the bat. The first thing you do is, instead of having the skills in the background, I'm going to ditch that idea. I think that athletics and survival should be something that you have as trained skills if you're a fighter. It just makes sense. And then you choose 2 other skills that you don't already have. There's not like you can pick from these ones. No, just pick whatever the heck you like. I don't honestly care. It doesn't really matter. There's got to be some variation and flexibility, right? I did not change a lot about the equipment loadouts, but I did change the pack. So normally you would get an explorer's pack or a dungeoneer's pack. I thought that those packs were crap. So I built a pack for the fighter. So you get a backpack, bedroll, crowbar, hunting knife, a hammer, 10 pitons, grappling hook, healer's kit, a mess kit, malaria tablets, portable shovel, axe pick, an axe pick tool, salt tablets, snakebite antitoxin, a tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 days rations, a water skin, a whetstone, 50 feet of silk rope, not hemp rope, a compass, a small needle so you can actually make a compass if you lose your other compass, a regional map, and 10 gold pieces. Now that sounds like a lot, but it's a fighter, they don't have spells, they got to have something. Give them some stuff. So I've given them quite a bit of stuff. Now I've based it off what you would normally kind of have, I suppose, if you're in a medieval time, or even if in modern times, there's certain things you would have available to you as a soldier, and I'm kind of looking at the fighter as a soldier of some kind. So that's what I've done here. You love what I said about the skills? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I'm a fighter, but I don't have athletics, because apparently I got no training in athletics, and yet I'm a fighter. Survival? No, never got any training in that. Yeah, it's like, anyway, and then pick your own stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so let's keep going. Fighter styles. I changed the archery fighter style. Instead of you getting a +2, I changed it to a +1. Now, the reason being is it's a no-brainer. The archery fighting style is probably the best fighting style in 5e. It just overshadows everything else. So I toned it down and made it a +1. So that is definitely, it needs fluff. Each of these do need fluff, and I haven't figured out how that's going to look yet. But what I did sort of decide is that I did not really want to have something that was going to be just too good that it seems like the most obvious choice and the only choice. So we tone that down, but you don't need to freak out, because you're getting a lot of other stuff that will be still really useful. And yeah, bear with me. So dueling is the same. Great weapon fighting is the same. I don't like great weapon fighting, but I didn't change it. Protection, 2-weapon fighting. I don't like 2-weapon fighting either, but okay. And then unarmed fighting. Now I want to add in unarmed fighting, but there's no way that I want to make it as good as a monk should be. That's one of the most frustrating things to see, is that suddenly the fighter is as good at fighting unarmed as a monk, and that's just unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm thinking about in terms of the unarmed fighting style is actually maybe I should just port over the old one and do it now. No, we'll come back to it. Second wind. So let's go over the stuff that I've actually done so far. Okay, second wind. You have a limited well of stamina, blah, 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 blah. So in the past, you would get a second wind after either a short rest or a long rest. And I don't want it to recharge on a long rest, and I don't want it to recharge on a short rest. So you get to use your second wind as a fighter, okay? You're only going to get a second wind once per battle. So once you use this feature, you can use this feature. Okay, so hang on, let's just change this. Let's just change the wording on here. You can use this feature once per battle. That's it. So every battle that you get into, you're going to get one opportunity to use your second wind. Now, if you've played 4E, you'll be familiar with this, because that's how it worked. Second wind was essentially an encounter power. And so what I'm doing is I'm hard baking it into that. I don't want them using second wind outside of combat, but in combat, since hit points don't represent damage, they're not actually injuries. It could be you being worn down, it could be luck, it could be anything. Hit points are very abstract. So for a fighter, this is something they can do once per battle. That's it. Now, Action Surge. Action Surge, I looked at that and I was like, how do we work this? And so I did make a slight change. I did say that basically on your turn, you can take one additional action that doesn't involve casting a spell. So this is what Action Surge does. You get, on your turn, you can take one additional action, just as before, but whatever that action is, it can't be casting a spell. And this is to stop people from dipping into the fighter to get Action Surge so they can cast 2 fireballs or 2 large booty spells. So none of that nonsense anymore. I am very fond of spellcasters and wizards, and even I am aware, and I play more than I dungeon master or game master, I am aware that it's too exploitive. It's too good as an option. So I think we actually need to close that down, because it's been abused way too much. You can use this feature once per battle. Now this is the thing that I'm trying to do here, is when you use it at second level and upward, you're only going to get to use your Action Surge once per battle, rather than it being recharging on your proficiency bonus, a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, or short rest or long rest recharge. No, it's once per battle, Action Surge. So you're going to get one more action out of this. It doesn't have to be an attack. Of course, it mostly will be, but it doesn't have to be. Starting at 15th level, you can use this feature twice per battle, but only once on the same turn. So that means that if you have you're a 15th level and you have only 1 round of combat, then you'll only get to use it once. If there are 2 rounds of combat, you could use it on the first round and the second round. And if there are 3 rounds of combat or more, then you have to choose where you're going to do that, because you're only going to get 2 of them per battle, rather than anything to do with short rests and long rests. I'm getting rid of that. Okay. Next, this is where the martial archetype stuff comes in. And the progression that they had suggested, I believe that Wizards of the Coast has decided that standardized progression for classes is a terrible idea. I don't agree with that. I know that some people aren't fond of it, but I actually think I always thought it was ridiculous that they insisted on having sort of like an archetype. And I don't like subclasses. Frankly, I think subclasses are a Frankenstein monster that just it kind of pisses all over the other classes. It gives you lots of options as a player, but they should have give you better options. Give them better options when you're playing your class. Give them options that relate to their class. So that just needs to be solved. So there is a solution to this. For those of you who like the Battle Master, I think the Battle Master, in terms of a fighter and giving you something unique that you can do, is a very clever idea. And so we're going to hard bake that into the fighter, rather than having, you know, whatever Wizards of the Coast is doing with weapons right now. Like, we're going to kind of be taking some of those ideas into this, but it's really the fighter. Okay, at 3rd level, you choose combat maneuvers or technique. You choose a combat maneuver or technique, all detailed at the end of the class description. The martial archetype allows you to choose a maneuver, technique, or feature at 3rd level, again at 6th level, 10th level, and 14th level. And we're not going any higher because it really, I feel like even 14th level is a bit ridiculous. We're still giving somebody combat features when you're level 10 or above, when actually combat features is not what you need at that level. You need something completely different. I'm going to keep hang on, it was this maneuver, British English. I'll just leave it for now. Okay, ability score improvement. It's the same as it was before for me. The progression is exactly the same. I want you to take note of level 4, level 6, level 4, level 8, level 12, level 16, and I think it's level 19, right? Because those are the slots that I'm going to be sitting some of my new features into. Because normally it's just an ability score improvement, or you could take a feat if you're using feats. I'm not assuming that you will be using feats, and I'm not hard baking that into the game. Okay? Jay Lewis, what do you got here? How are you? Do you impose any limits on multiclassing, like the minimum amount of levels to take new class? No, I don't. So this class, once it's finished, is not intended to be multiclassed. But that's not to say that I wouldn't let somebody try to multiclass with it, because I'm going to build it so that level 1 and 2 are not going to be give you ribbon features that essentially you would just go, I want to take a little bit of this, a little bit of that to make some sort of thing, because you would lose out too much. And so I have to figure out how that's going to work without annoying my group. And to be fair, I'm not writing this for you guys, people. I will put it up on Patreon as a draft, and I will improve it and do a final rendition eventually, like all the classes. But I'm writing this because I think I can do it better than you, and you can do it better than Wizards of the Coast. Honestly, I think anybody could do it better than what Wizards of the Coast is doing right now. So this is going to be a lot more packed than I would like, and it's because I have to try to convince my group that we don't need to have it as packed as it is. But I'm going to give them what they asked for first. Okay? Hello, Pale Rider. When wearing bladed boots, you can do the cartwheel attack. Yeah. Yes, yeah. So let's keep going. So you're going to see a lot of the high level features are really good. Like, you don't want to lose out on them. That has to happen. So extra attack. I'm leaving extra attack exactly where it is. You get it at level 15. Level 5. You get 2 attacks. At level 3. Level 11, you get 3 attacks. At level 20, you're going to get 4 attacks. Now, I'm kind of unsure if I want it to be level 4, or do I want to be a bit earlier than level 20. 4 attacks, and you're waiting till level 20. I'm still trying to think about whether that sort of is that the way to go. It might even want to be shifted to a level 19 or 18, because between level 18 and 20. There's not really much difference. You're kind of like a god at that point anyway, but we'll see how we go. Now, Indomitable, I haven't messed with Indomitable because it's you don't get it back until you do a long rest, so I thought, just leave it alone. This is what I've added in though. Followers, loyal followers. So you get followers, you get to choose whether they be guards or tribal warriors, and it's going to be 6d10 worth of guards and tribal warriors. You also get either knights or veterans equal to 3d6, 3 6-sided dice worth of veterans or knights. And as I said, you're going to be rolling 6 10-sided dice to get your tribal warriors or guards, whichever seems appropriate. Your leader equivalent will be a gladiator or a level 5 fighter in full plate wielding a martial weapon determined by the game master. Now, how this kind of works is still going to be very much dependent on the game master, because right off, when you're dealing with followers, it's still a game master thing. Now, why am I putting it here? because I would normally include it in my game anyway. So I'm going to just hard bake it into the fighter. That's my intention here, people, is I'm putting it into here because I would normally do it anyway. So why would I not just hard bake it in for a fighter? Now, what do these followers do? Now, one of the things I needed to stipulate, one for the players to understand, but also for the game master to understand, is why are the followers there? Because we do not want a huge, a small army following the fighter around into dungeons. Now, I know you can do that, but it sucks balls. And I totally understand that. And I wouldn't want that in my game either. So there's something I had to do with this. So this is how it kind of works. You can have an apprentice, guards, tribal warriors, knights, leader. They can't be replaced if they die. So if any of them die, you can't get any more. So once you get them, and that's it. You can raise them from death. So if they die, you can, you cast a raise dead spell on them and bring them back. Okay. I would like to stipulate you can't use reincarnate. Now, the reason being is that they won't accept the change in their body and so forth. So it's either dead or you raise them from the dead. So you've kind of got very little options. Even Revivify, if you're still using the spell Revivify in 5e, then you could probably use Revivify to bring back a follower that died. Followers are used for the following tasks, and I wanted to stipulate what they are used for. Stable hand, collecting your taxes from your peasants, because you're going to have some land ownership at some point, people. Crewing your ship if you have a ship, which you probably will very sure at higher levels. Managing your business if you have a business. Conducting research. Discovering new contacts, crafting and repairing armor and weapons. And I don't mean crafting magic armor and weapons. I mean just crafting armor and weapons, okay? Acting as the castle steward. This is the person who manages your castle, because you're going to get a castle as a fighter. And then game masters can allow followers to be taken into battle when the players want to put them at risk. The party is small or can't hire mercenaries when the group is facing a superior force. So the ultimate, in terms of bringing your followers into battle, it is up to the game master and you. That discussion between you is important, because that is a deal breaker. The problem with having followers in a game is if you do not have buy-in from your game master in terms of having followers in the game, with an agreement that you won't just cart them around everywhere you go, no game master is going to allow you to have them. So it has to be baked into, you talk with your game master, when is the appropriate time to take my followers into battle, and when is the wrong time to take them into battle. So that is actually baked into the ability. Okay. Let me just have a look at chat, and then I'll go over strongholds. The guy from Paragard responded to my pleas last night. He was the North Carolina resolved. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that was sorted out. Derry, next time, please use the Discord. Look, I am happy to put in a call for help in the Discord for how to D&D or how to RPG or whatever the heck I call it nowadays. But yeah, live streams, it's an awkward place. Okay, it really threw me so much. I'm glad your situation is sorted out though. Okay, so now this is a section here. I wanted to give you property and the ability to build a castle or get a castle at a certain level. Right now, it's looking at about level 11. So yes, that's a castle at about level 11, possibly a little bit higher. I might actually push the castle to level 12. Just so I have to find some spaces, right? I've put down the cost of and the types of castles you can have. It stipulates you can have a small castle, a large castle, or a fortified castle, a fortified tower, or a castle keep. And I've written down, I think, all of the things that I needed to put in here. Now, and I've put down the area of the castle or the fortified tower or keep or whatever. I haven't figured that out completely yet, but I'm getting there. Okay, I will finish up that section. It's just not going to happen just yet. I've put down how much money you will earn per month off having a castle. That's the reason for having a castle. There are some problems with having a castle because you still have to look after it, and it provides you with a lot of extra benefits. But there are some things you have to do. You have to protect your peasants. If you don't protect your peasants, you lose your land, potentially lose your right to have a stronghold. So yeah, don't mess that up, and you got to make sure you protect it while it's under construction. So you're going to have to set up some hired help to make sure it stays intact and it doesn't get pillaged. Okay, so that's cool. Let's keep going down here. Patron gifts. So at level 16, I think I decided it was going to be 17 first, and I've moved it to 16. I don't know if I'm going to stay there or not. We'll figure that out. And this is where you get a legendary magic item. You're going to have a discussion with your dungeon master, and they're going to see what you ask for, and they're going to decide what they think is going to be suitable for you to have as a legendary magic item. We're actually giving, now this is sort of representing your patron, your deity, an entity, the relationship you have with them, and they give you something. Because in every hero's journey, there's usually something that involves getting a magic item. It might be a magic weapon, but there's some sort of magic item involved. And I want to fulfill that. And I want to hard bake that in there. So that's there. I still don't know if it's going to be exactly there or not. And it looks, in a minute, again, the Game Master will have total discretion over what it's going to be. It's not like you can say, I want to have that legendary magic item. No, you can give them some ideas and they will decide what it will finally be in the end. And you might find yourself forging it. You might wind up it might be just a gift that's handed to you. There's a couple of different ways it can be done. Anyway, Champion of the Gods, level 20. I decided that I wanted to build in an aspect where you could talk to your deity. Like at this point, even if you don't worship a god, you've probably got a deity or a god who is employing you to do their bidding. And so there's going to be an epic boon. I think you should be able to pick whatever epic boon you want. And that means I have to go and fix all the epic boons, because the epic boons right now aren't epic. They kind of suck. So how do you make epic boons epic? You have to sit down and fix them all up. So any epic boon, I couldn't give a rat's ass which you pick, really. So I put that in there. But also, as part of that, is you're going to have a communication line with your with a deity or a god. Okay. It could even be an ancient dragon or a legendary monster or a powerful patron or some other entity or being that makes sense. But it doesn't always have to be a god or deity. But it's basically you are a champion of some great power. Okay, guild membership. I haven't decided where that's going. I had marked down maybe level 4 or 5. I still don't know. And there's quite a lot of features here, things that give you. They're very story based. So access to a black market for buying items and goods, workshop space, contacts with political, religious, criminal and powerful individuals, employment and jobs so you can generate income, libraries, archives where you can conduct research, a place to stay, free board, food, drink, so forth, potential allies, access to specialized tools. You wind up with an apprentice. At level 6, I decided you need to be taking on board an apprentice at level 6. I think that's the most suitable thing. Access to a traveling mount. Don't get it killed because I won't replace it. The guild also providing some additional benefits, but you have to do them favors. They're going to call on you to do stuff. I know my players will love this because I like the idea, the part of a guild, and occasionally the guild will come to them and say, we need you to do this, because we need some help. And I think that will tie nicely into the story aspect. Now, I looked at this and I thought, I can't give them all of this all at once. So maybe I'm going to stagger it throughout the levels. So you might get some of it at level 4 or 5 and then get some of it later on. That's probably where my head is at with regard to how that's going to work. I will finalize that at some point. There's another feature here, which I have to figure out where I'm going to stick it. Your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized vehicle that was gifted by a patron, deity, or powerful entity. So I've set it sort of about level 12. This is where you get access to, now it can be stolen, it can be captured, it can be found by your followers, but you'd get it about level 12. And this is a vehicle. It could be a sailing ship, a galley, a warship, a submarine. It might be just a land wagon. Just needs approval from the Game Master. So I've put that in there. At level 17, you're traveling the multiverse. It's time for a flying... It needs to be a balloon or an airship or a flying ship or a spelljammer ship with the Game Master's approval. So I wanted to tie that in because I felt like out of everybody, the fighter's probably going to have the greatest amount of resources because they have a castle and a stronghold. So I wanted that to be there. Hello, Pale Rider. I always use followers to watch over the stronghold or even a camp base. Yes, exactly. Seldom let them go in dungeons before it's cleared. Exactly. This is why I don't want people to think that followers are just another way of getting an advantage in a fight, because that's not what the intention is. It's not what my players would want to do anyway. Because trust me, as soon as you find that somebody else's minions are doing all the work and you don't get to fight because everything's been done, it sucks. And of course, you would just get rid of it because if it sucks for everybody else, why? And it's only helpful for one person. No. So that's what I've done there. So I don't know where I put this, but I'm going to figure it out. Martial maneuvers and techniques. So what I've done with martial maneuvers and techniques is this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through them and rebuild them. I'm going to rebuild the whole lot and make some slight adjustments. I like the maneuvers, and I might add a few more. And I want this area to be something that I can add more to. So maneuvers, I think, were very clever. So at 3rd level, you're going to get 3 maneuvers, but then you get 2 additional maneuvers at level 6, 10, and 14. And one of the things I'm going to do is I've stipulated you can only use 1 maneuver per round. So even if you have access to 5 maneuvers or 3 maneuvers, you would only ever be able to use 1 maneuver per round. Now, normally there was a dice pull, like you had so many times you could use your combat maneuvers. I'm taking that away. I want the fighter to be able to use, if there are 5 rounds, I want them to be able to use combat maneuvers all 5 rounds, but only once, because they got multiple attacks. So I don't want them to be able to use, if they've got 2 attacks or 3 attacks, I don't want them to be able to use a maneuver for every single attack, because one, it'll slow the game down and it'll be complete crap for everybody else. But I want them to be able to make one of those attacks special, and that's what maneuvers do. So you might be thinking, well, Fred, that seems really, really powerful and strong. You mean that they essentially have unlimited maneuvers? Yes, they do. But fighters should. In my opinion, they should have unlimited maneuvers. It's not like casting a spell. Like, how does it run out? It never made any sense. But to counterbalance that, I have to sort of change the way it looks. So you can only use 1 per round. That means if you have 3 attacks, only 1 will be in a maneuver, and you will have between 3 or more choices that you can pick from. And that's how I want it to look. So I haven't changed too much else. I'm going to go through these very, very shortly. And I think maybe, if anything, I'm going to go through these last, because I want to get the hard work done while my brain is still working well. And my brain is still functioning pretty well right now. So it means that a lot of the benefits that you would get, like you used to be able to get, quite a big benefit by using these features. So I've got to kind of readjust these a little bit and just make sure they're going to work. So it's all right that you get to use them every single round. And then if there's anything else that I think needs to be added, then I'll add in some additional ones as well. So we'll go through and do all of that. Now this is just that notes there. So I think what I want to do now is... Oh, so yeah, I might be doing I'm the rogue next. What I want to do is I want to make up a table and sort of just track some of the stuff that needs to be sorted out, and then we're going to go into building out some of these features that I haven't built yet. So first off, if I have 3 columns, that's level, proficiency bonus, features, which is where I need to put everything, and I need to know how to be able to juggle it all around. I'm thinking to possibly smart for me to add in the titles there as well. So 4 columns might be the way to go. Okay, 4 columns and not 20, it'd be 21 rows. 21 rows. So insert Where are we? Insert a table. Try again, Fred. 1, 2, 3. That's 4. Now, was there anything else I needed to add in here? I'm just trying to remember. No, I think that's right. And I just need to go down 20. Hopefully I can. Yep. Oh, that's my cutoff. 20. I want 21. That's 5. There. Okay. And then military rank. Somebody had asked for military rank. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the titles do the work for that. I think that's what's the smart thing. Is we're going to add in titles into our fighter from the older version of the game. I think the smart thing is to actually make that. That's the focus. I think, yeah, JP may not like that, but we'll see how we go. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, add it. Okay, so, and then I need to add in one more. Insert a row. Okay, so this is the table. I'll place that there. Let's do a first off. This is the level. Level, and we'll bold it so it stands out. And we probably center it. Might be sensible. Where is the center? I can't see it. Oh, here we go. Align. There we go. Cool. No, do that. Thank you. Proficiency bonus. Oh, come on. Bonus. And we'll bold that. And we will center it as well. And then I might have to. I'm going to probably shrink a few of these columns because they're probably a bit too big right now. Features. No, I don't want to put features there. Features. There's a lot of features to add in. I want to put in title because they said they wanted titles back, so I'm going to add back in titles. And that's that. And we need to center it, and then features is last. And this is where we'll put all of our features. Okay, and we need to center it as well. So where is the little centering thing? Cool. All right, centered. Okay. Sweet. So a couple of things to write in. Let's just go and type in all of our various... Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this table, by the way, people. You can see me putting the information into this table. I'm actually not going to spend a lot of time on it. All I need to do is there's a couple of markers I need to put in so I know what to do, and I don't have them right now, so I need to put them in now so that I have a bit of a gauge of where to slide things later. So first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. So as you can see, I have really bitten off quite a lot, but if I can succeed in doing this, I'm sure you can too. I honestly think the smartest way though is to take a lot of the features that I've created and just bulldoze the stuff from level 10 upward and replace them with the ones that I've created, in my opinion. It would feel much more like playing advanced Dungeons and Dragons. 12th, 11th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. But you would be playing a modern version of D&D. That's really what I'm doing here. Is I want to play old style, but I want to use new rule set. And yeah, not going to get that by waiting for somebody else. 20th. Okay, so that is that done, which means I can take this and I can shrink this a little bit. I can probably shrink it even more. Okay, right, and then proficiency bonus I'm not going to put in right now. I'm not worried about that. Title I'll put in later. Let me just shrink this so this is not quite taking up quite so much space. It doesn't need to take up that much space. It's just taking up a lot because it's 2 words, isn't it? And then title, well, I don't know exactly what the deal with the titles are yet in terms of how long they will be, but I'll add them in later. But I do want to add in some of the set points where I want to add things. So we get ability scores if we look at the standard character that isn't a fighter. So if we look at something like the druid or the barbarian, these are the points that I'm thinking that I might use, and that is ability score improvement. I'm thinking wherever there is the ability score improvement is where I might want to stick these new features, because trying to find a slot in what is already a very full class is difficult. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Like it's pretty packed as it is. So trying to not sort of overwhelm people. I don't want to overwhelm people. I know my players won't get overwhelmed. They'll be fine. They won't care in the slightest. But yeah, I'm still don't want to stick everything in one place all at once. It's just a bit too much. 16th. And this should hopefully line up a little bit better with the features that I've created and where I want to have them be. And then paste. And 19th. Okay, alright, so those are sort of spots where my features are probably going to go. I'm probably not going to shift the fighters features around too much in terms of what level you get them, because I just don't see any point. I just think it would be silly to do that. What I probably want to do though is mark in where the martial archetype feature is. And so let's just scroll up here and figure out where those are going to be, and then I'm going to have to start building some stuff. Sorry for those of you who the first hour has almost been me just explaining what I've done in the past, but kind of necessary too. Let's have a look. Loyal followers. So followers are going to actually, I'm gonna so the followers too work a little bit different. You get an apprentice at level 6, but at level 10 you start getting your followers. These are your tribal warriors and guards and so forth. So there is a progression. Where are we? Here we go. This is what martial archetype, and I'm just listing it as martial archetype, nothing else. And yes, if I keep it as martial archetype, then it's going to help. So it means that if you decide you don't want to use the maneuvers system, you can slide something else in. So it's probably important to do that. And third level, let me just make a note of this. Third level, 6th level, 10th level. 3, 6, 10, 14. Okay, all right. So let's make sure that this table has that built in. I'm not going to shift those. Those are going to be definites. It's everything else I'll move around. Right, down. No, more. Okay, here we go. So, level 3. Martial. Whoopsies. Martial archetype. Okay, martial archetype. So this is going to be there. Let's copy that. The next one was level 6. Because I want all of the classes to operate like that, because I think that's a smart way of going about it. I don't want to give them the most complicated part of their character class so early. Certainly not level 1, not level 2. I actually think that's a smart way to go. And I was even considering adding in another one along the way, but since the fighter has so much fighting stuff already, I just didn't think it was necessary to add in more stuff that gets them more stuff for fighting, because the fighter's got lots of fighting stuff. They just don't have much of anything else. So yeah, that's where my head is at. Hello Phil, how are you doing? Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with the chat. It's just I just seen it explode. Dungeons and Chronics, hello, how are you? Pale Rider is yeah. And then we've got Roman. Hello Roman, how are you? Everybody's saying, Phil, mate, it's another day of trying to figure out what to do with a fighter. I think I've got a pretty good idea, but I know you do this for a job, so I'm sure you'll give me some hints and tips along the way. Anyway, So before I disappear, there are a couple of things that I needed to do, and I still not sure how to bracket them. So I've done this, I've written most of this. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Those notes can go. Okay. I've linked this to the fluff. I haven't done the fluff things with the fighter style, but I'll come back to it. Military rank. I'm actually going to pull military rank into the titles. So that might mean I have two different titles, one for whatever you want. So you might have a choice. I'll figure that out. Forced marching without exhaustion. Forced march without exhaustion. I was trying to figure out how do I bracket these things into what makes sense. So utility function, we haven't dealt with that properly yet. We have some utility function now, but low-level utility function, we don't have a lot of that, but there are options for that. The guild membership stuff, I've got the guild membership stuff. We've got guild membership stuff. We probably just need a progression. I don't want to give all the stuff, all the goodies to them all at once. It's a bit too much. So endurance, forced, I think this here, if I go cut and I go bracket, I think we can pull that together. I think they relate. So I probably don't have to worry so much about trying to do a new feature. I think forced march is the endurance thing. Navigating, I don't know if it's the same thing. Remarkable athlete. Now, this is one of the things that I was wondering about. Battlefield medic perks. Oh, that's right. We gave them a healer's kit, did we not? We gave them a healer's kit. But did we give them proficiency with a healer's kit? I guess I see what you're saying. We were talking about this last time, weren't we? I'm pretty sure we were talking about this last time. Yeah, ask away. Ask your questions as much as you like. You asking questions helps me solve my problems. So I guess it kind of falls into that. Yeah, the easiest way to solve that is to simply give them proficiency with the healer's kit, would it not? I think that would probably be the easiest way. Now, they have a tool proficiency there, and I'm pretty sure a healer's kit is classified as a tool. Somebody let me know, is a healer's kit classified as a tool? And what do you think? Do we give the healer's kit do we make it a tool proficiency? I don't think it needs to be a tool proficiency myself. I don't think we need to give them an extra bonus. I think just giving them a healer's kit as part of their pack is good enough. Because I guess the question is their skill with, whatever training they got with a healer's kit as a fighter or a soldier, would it be advanced enough to give them that proficiency bonus? I think that's the question. They would obviously have some rudimentary training, but do they have, significant training to deal with battlefield wounds? I think that's the question. Spot ambush, sort of like thieves finding traps. Again, I don't know about spotting ambushes so much. Battle tactics, I guess spotting ambushes kind of goes in here. I don't want to do this, spotting ambush. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Do you know why? Because it's a ranger thing. I feel like it's a ranger thing. Do you know what I mean? I think battle tactics in the field, I haven't figured out how to make that work, but I will. I actually think battle tactics should be a combat maneuver. I actually want to make battle tactics a combat maneuver. I just don't know what it would look like. Next, iron nerves. Do we have a feature already? I'm pretty sure we have a feature already that kind of looks like that. I feel like Indomitable is one of those features where you saving throw. Yeah, I'm still unsure what to say about that. How's that work ultimately? Yeah, okay, I'm still not too sure. I'll think about that a bit more. Iron nerves, we'll come back to that. Basic engineering, I think this here. So I'm going to sort of sort things out a little bit here. Basic engineering. I need to do something with that. So I'm going to cut and I'm going to stick it with the foxhole, because that would be part of that, I believe. And building siege equipment would be something you would do. So we're going to cut, and we're going to drop it in here. And iron nerves, we'll see how that works. Bush survival, training and domesticated animals. Bush survival, bush survival. I think maybe bush survival, forced march, and navigation should all go together in some way. So I'm going to cut that, and I want to sort of plonk it together. So it needs to be, darn it. Paste. I think but that might actually be the name of it. Bush survival, we do forced march, navigation, remarkable athletes, kind of a little bit different, so we might push that away. Domesticated animals, training and riding. Well, there's no... I think actually this here is going up the top. I'm bracketing it together, because I think that they would all go together. It would make sense. Cut and paste it here. All right. So that there, those 4, bush survival, forced march, navigation, training and animal, domesticated animals for riding. I think that's one feature. I just need to write it up. Okay, that's there. This here is more about building stuff for siege and warfare. So that there is another one. So we'll leave that there as its own thing. This, I'm still not too sure. It might actually be covered. The leadership at higher levels. I feel like the titles might actually fulfill that purpose already, now that I think about it. Let me just have a look at chat, because I see people are writing stuff. I need to port over right now remarkable talent. And unfortunately, I'm going to not write it out. I'm going to just cut and paste it directly out of D&D Beyond for now. What do you got here? What is this? So Phil, you've just given me some... Healer's Kit is a 5e tool, and proficiency at first sounds smart. A feature offering expertise is a decent ribbon. Well... okay, so, yeah, okay. Most soldiers have a med kit. Yes, I know. This is why we gave them one. But only some are trained in battle medics. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Some subclasses like Ranger, Slayer has 3 options to pick from to define what type of Slayer they are. Low equals hang warfare stuff to pick. I'm not sure what that means. Foxholes, tactics, siege. Yes, these are all options that fit into that sort of thing. Yeah, so I'm going with, I want it to be something there that would be there. I don't know if it's going to be hard baked and it's always going to be something you would have. Maybe at higher level tiers you gain exotic types of followers, creatures. So there is a tiered list. There is a tiered process for followers. I did put in a tier process for followers. As for mounts, that may even wind up happening too. Okay, so there's a lot to go deal with here. Let me just copy and paste, and then I'm going to take a quick break, come back, because I've been going for an hour, and then I'm going to have to start writing up at least, I think there's at least two features I have to write, that I have to write up, and hopefully get right the first time. Probably not, people. Consider this a working document. Okay, let's have a look. Remarkable athlete. So I remember having this discussion with Simon, and he said, remarkable athlete is something you should just get, because it makes sense that all fighters have it. And I was like, okay, I'm not disagreeing with that. So we're going to copy this directly out of there. Remarkable athlete. And it's the champion. So I'm kind of doing a bit of butchery here, if you hadn't figured it out. Take out the formatting. Okay. And that there is That's that feature there that we need to just cut out of there, like so. No, that doesn't look right. What have I done here? Ah, I see. Okay, so that's the little bit of a mess I've done. It's got to get it out of the section. Cut that out of there, and I put it where I need it to be, which is further back, quite a lot further back. It's roughly around level 7. I don't know if I'm going to stick it at level 7. It's probably going to be sitting roughly around there somewhere. And something like that. We drop this down and we bold it. Starting at level 7, you can add half your proficiency bonus rounded up to any strength, dexterity, or constitution check you make that doesn't already use your proficiency bonus. In addition, when you make a running or long jump, the distance you can cover increases by a number of feet equal to your strength modifier. Is this a game-breaking thing? It is also, it's kind of like a dice mechanic. It's not quite a dice mechanic, but it kind of feels like a dice mechanic. And I hate dice mechanics. I know players love dice mechanics, but I hate them. I just like stuff that works. So I'm putting a great huge yellow mark over this. This is something I know Simon had mentioned to me, and a few others had said, look, maybe you should do that. But I'm kind of feeling like this is unnecessary to add in. That's where my head is at. It may well be just unnecessary. Okay, so what else we got here? Ancient Dragons here. Hello. And I never want to dig another foxhole with a tiny shovel again. I bet you don't, Pale Rider. You'd rather have a backhoe. Yeah, fair enough. Or a stick. Maybe a stick. Probably not going to help you that much. Imagine being a new undead vampire stuck in a field of sunrise, desperately clawing at the ground to escape the light. That's funny. Okay, all right. I need to definitely take a break, but this is what I'm going to put forward to you. This is what I'm going to work on next. I know this all looks like a horrible mess, people. Okay, but I'm thinking basic engineering should be one of its features, and bush survival another feature. So hashtag ideas. So let's go here. Something like how to write. No, why am I punching it in on my phone? That's going to take me forever. No. No, we're not doing that. Let's do it this way. Okay. Okay, so how to write a bush survival feature for a fighter. I want you to think about that, people. If you have any ideas, go for it. Hashtag how to write a basic engineering feature for a fighter. Now, what I'm thinking about is that these features would be at near low level. Not necessarily straight out of the gate. The bush survival one, I'm actually tempted to give to them straight away at level 1. So that they have it. The siege thing, I kind of feel like sieging might be something that comes a little bit later on. But in the field, a fighter would have to have some skills to survive in the wilderness. Not like a ranger, it's not the same thing, but that's where my head is at, okay? And it's going to be a matter of figuring out where do I position these so that it's going to work. In any case, I'm going to get Arnold to look after you, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just need to empty things out, and then I'll come back and we'll start working on it. Okay. I knew going to the toilet would help. Phil, you absolutely should be laughing. You should absolutely be laughing. That was quite deliberate on my part. If you hadn't figured it out, people, yeah, I was stirring a lot. Anyway, so first off, I've made a few decisions while I've been on the toilet for a few seconds or moments or minutes or whatever, and I've already kind of decided on a couple of things. One, battlefield tactics is going to be a maneuver. No, that's not how you spell it, Fred. Maneuvers. Maneuvering. Okay, alright. So, I think that battlefield, that should be a maneuver of some kind. I think that's something that we don't hard bake in. Maneuvers. Okay. And I will just do a little bit of a highlight. I've decided that now. Somebody was mentioning something about combat medic, and I think that it should probably go the same way. Combat medic will be a maneuver. Maneuver. Oh, come on. My eyes are already going. That's not good. Okay. Iron nerves, reduced fear. I think that's going to be a maneuver as well. It's something you would pick. Bush survival is something that'll be standard. Okay. Man. Maneuver. Okay. Leadership at higher levels, I am not sure about that. You love the infantry focus you're going for, Fred? Well, I'm glad you do. You do realise, though, that I'm not necessarily going with just an infantry focus, because the reality is, like, there's a lot of stuff here that isn't really infantry, is it? The hat's going. All right, you know it's business now. Okay, bush survival. They get to choose 3 terrains. For each, they can choose either to find food or shelter, or if they drop the 3 terrains, they can find food, shelter, and one of the remaining 2. Yeah, So I did have a think about that, something like that, but I don't want to step on the toes of the ranger too much. But I get where you're going with this Pale Rider. So I do get it. Bush survival has to have something tied to finding food. Finding food for one for the fighter only. They can find food for themselves only, but in certain terrains. And I think I'm going to stipulate the terrains that they are going to be. And they're not going to be a wide range of in terrains, because finding food in different terrains is a ranger skill. So we don't want to give them too much. But there are certain places where finding food makes a lot of sense. And so I think the ones that, like, if you were thinking about where is food readily available, then food is readily available coastline. Food can almost always be found on a coastline. So even if you are a fighter or a soldier or something like that, but going fishing or spearfishing or something like that is going to be something you'll be able to handle. So finding food there. The next one has got to be forest. And I think the last one would be grasslands. Finding food anywhere else is going to be significantly harder. But those are the three locations that I think a fighter shouldn't have too much trouble finding food. One of the things that kind of annoys me is that we wind up rolling a survival check to find food for every single time. I've seen it happen. Like, everybody wants to roll a 20-sided dice to find food. I'm like, no, don't do that. Sometimes there are certain locations where finding food, you just need to allocate enough time and you'll be able to do that. And as long as you have the right weapon, you're all good. So a spear or a bow, those are your if you want to capture food or catch food or trap food or hunt for food, having a bow or a gun and a spear, those are the things you need to have. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Okay. So spear or bow required to hunt. Okay. So bush survival. Let's pluck that out, turn it into a little section so I can turn it into an actual paragraph for the fighter. You might not know, but but you're following an infantry style training. No, I do know, because JP told me exactly what his infantry style training stuff is. So I'm doing it quite deliberately, but I'm really only doing that for low level. It's not really. If you look at the high level stuff, it has nothing to do with reality. We're dealing with a fantasy game. So, all right. So let's go cut this section. And if I scroll up my document, and then we go to about here, I need to place it in such a position as it will make sense. And I think right now it doesn't really make sense, but we will see how we go. Fighter second wind, and this is where we're going to add a third feature. And I know 3 features at level 1, Fred. Yes, I know. I'm so naughty. Spank me now. But I'm doing it. Okay. It's the basic training book. I know it's the basic training. I'm quite deliberate about this. Building basic traps. Oh, snares. Yes, yes. So I do understand what you mean. So hunting snares. Yes, food. I forgot about that. Hunting snares. So there are not 2 requirements, but 3 requirements. Either you have to set a hunting snare, have a spear, or a bow. But I think with a hunting snare, you really kind of need to allow for about a day for a hunting snare to find food for you. Whereas a spear or a bow, you can probably get that done in a couple of hours. Yeah, going hunting for a couple of hours, you'd probably be able to find something in those environments. Coastline, forest, grasslands. But only to feed yourself. Because if you've ever had to go hunting, catching something and hunting is not that easy. If you've got a gun, it's a lot easier. But with a bow, with the range that you have, and something is moving, and it's really good at picking up sounds, it's not so easy. What's this? Yeah, I don't want this to be easy catch food in the wild sort of thing. It is for me sweeping, chewing. No, it's not. It's not. Foraging for food in the region is right. Isn't too hard. Yeah, I think those 3 regions are going to be reasonably all right for foraging for food. But there are other ways of getting food too. Usually on a coastline, like you can usually find shellfish on the yeah. Anyway, let's build this bush survival feature for the fighter. Okay, so the fighter has access to a range of basic bush survival training to help them in the field. That's a very waffly, generic, calm statement. It's not really telling you very much, is it? Such as, okay, so hunting, navigation, hunting, navigation, and what else did I want to say here? And traveling, and riding animals. Okay, so that's what we're saying there. Okay, good. There we go. We've started. A while ago, I broke down foraging based on the vibrance of life in a terrain modified by the size of army you're moving. It can be a little ridiculous if there's no supply caravan. Yeah, I get it. So I've got to figure out how to write up that section. I don't want to piss all over the ranger. I don't want to screw with the ranger, but I still want to give the fighter something. I want to give them something that says I can at least look after myself in the wild in the right sort of circumstances. It might not be every single type of environment, but I have something that will allow me to do things. Okay, so so here, the fighter has access to a range of basic bush survival training to help them in the field, such as hunting, navigation, traveling, and riding animals. The following features are benefits relate only to the fighter class. So I'm not giving anybody else in the party additional benefits just because the fighter is doing something. Okay, the intention is that this is for the fighter only. These are the things they are good at doing. So it's not always going to solve it. Just because the fighter can find food for themselves, it doesn't mean they're going to find food for the entire party. It's one of the things that the ranger can do. And I don't agree that the ranger should be able to find food for the entire party every single time. So this is how I'm going to line it up. So when you forage for food, okay, in along a coastline forest, cut, paste. I think that's going to be the way to go. coastline, forest, or grasslands, you can find enough food for the fight for yourself, for yourself. You can find enough food each day for yourself by setting hunting snares, what's the other thing? No long or short rest, getting rid of the long and short rest. I never liked the long or short rest, so I don't think we need to have it. And so, yeah, there is no long or short rest. It's not an action. You can just use this. I mean, it's set for a day. So the features are already set, and we don't have to worry about long and short rests. Okay, it won't apply. So when you forage for food along a coastline, forest, or grasslands, you can find, that's a capital F, find enough food each day for yourself by setting hunting snares, collecting edible plants, or hunting animals. You must have a spear, fishing line, a spear, bow, bow, or fishing line to hunt successfully. That is our first feature for bush survival. Okay, let's have a look at the chat here quickly. Hello Asa, how are you doing? How much of this do you want to code to a class feature or make a survival task that that various classes can learn and lean into? One, I don't want to lean into these types of features for every single class. That's not, yeah. I wanted to do this for the fighter because I feel like a soldier, these are the skills they would normally have. Infantry, as Pale Rider has been pointing out. So I wanted to have them for that part of it. The ranger will get something different and probably a lot better than this, because I feel like the fighter's like your marine, your infantry, whereas the ranger is more like a Navy SEAL or a special ops operative, or the SAS or special forces. So they have they have similar skills, but they're even more refined, so that they can deal with being behind enemy lines, and they're just going to be better at that sort of stuff. So I like Natural Explorer for the Ranger. There's a few things that still piss me off, but we'll get to that. Okay. Random using, Asa. I'd love to see more downtime activities built into short rest options so the team are incentivized to take a short rest. Like, you can do XY while short rest, built into the day of activities. This would be lean into the... Right, so, yes. Yeah, I'm doing a non-filet approach. Now, but you do point out there were a couple of things. I needed to stipulate some time frames to do this. Okay, when you forage for food along a coastline, forest, or grasslands, you can find enough food each day for yourself by setting traps. Setting traps. Now, if you set a trap, it usually takes a day before you're going to get something. You've got to come back the next day to find anything. So, setting traps over a 24-hour period. 24-hour period. Collecting edible plants or hunting animals. Which takes 2 hours. I think it's reasonable to say if we're going to set hunting snares to catch something for you to eat, then it's going to take 24 hours to catch yourself a rabbit so you've got enough food to eat. And if you're going to go hunting, it's probably going to take you 2 hours. So the benefit is go hunting over setting a hunting snare. But a hunting snare is going to take a lot longer. And I'm pretty sure that makes sense. If anybody's here has done a lot of hunting and you want to offer some advice around how that should look for setting snares and hunting, then you let me know. But I think that's probably a reasonable period of time. I would say between an hour and 2 hours. I'm going to go with at the top end of 2 hours to go hunting. I mean, you can go hunting for all day and never catch anything. That's always possible. But anyway, I just thought I'd put that in. I was thinking when setting traps, you could check them along a short or long rest. So Asa, I think it's not going to be a long rest. It's going to be 24 hours. You set the trap. 24 hours later, you come back and you can clear your traps. Yeah, I think that's going to make a lot more sense. And because otherwise it's just going to be a pain. Something percentage chance of catching something dangerous in a daily snare. I suppose you could, but I'm not going to do that. You know that, Phil. Fighter equals soldier ranger. Special ops is a great flavor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, fighter is soldier, ranger equals special ops. Yes, that's right. So you wouldn't use trap. You wouldn't set snares and traps. Unless you were absolutely sure, like you had time to hang around. Otherwise, you're going to go hunting. Anyway, forced march. Now this is something that JP was explaining to me that I will continue then. It was explaining to me that you train as a soldier and as a fighter, you would be trained to be able to travel long distances without getting tired so you could fight at the end. And I kind of agree. I've always sort of thought that the fighter should be better at force marching. So let's do this. If you travel by foot for more than 8 hours, you don't become exhausted. Or fatigued. Okay. You can force march without penalty or dice tests a number of hours equal to your Now, Constitution, I think it is. Constitution modifier. I think that's a reasonable. I don't know what people think about that, but this is what my intention is with the bush survival feature. Okay, is that I want you to be able to. You can travel by foot. And I'm not talking about traveling on an animal, because riding an animal is a very different thing. But if you travel by foot for more than 8 hours, you don't have to be. You don't become exhausted or fatigued. Because normally, if you do travel for more than 8 hours, you do. You wind up, here, minimum of 1. Okay, there we go. So you can force march without penalty or dice tests a number of hours equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum of 1. So if you have no Constitution modifier or it's a negative, you will still be able to force march for 9 hours without having to worry about penalties or a dice test. I think that's the best way to go with that. I am open to making it a little bit better. I think that's conservative, but I still think it's interesting. I don't know if people do you see that and think it's a waste of your time? But I like the idea myself. Anyway, on a forced march, you can always take a quick nap by laying your head on the guy in front of your rucksack. Yeah, I suppose you could. So I may change this. I'm not completely sold on this. I'm still trying to decide like how good do we make it? And like how many. No, the problem is that, if I think about infantry and how far they have to travel, when you think about special ops and Navy SEALs, I mean, they travel for even longer than 8 hours. Like their work days are really long, and it's hard, and they're carrying heavy packs as well. I think infantry would probably be carrying even heavier packs potentially, but anyway. So navigating. Let's deal with the navigating side of things. So we've done that one. I've done that one. Navigating. So provided. Hang on. Provided. You are on your home world. Homeworld. Okay. While you are on your homeworld during the day, not night, during the day, you can navigate successfully with a compass, the sun, and and regional maps. Without getting lost during the day. Okay, so while you are on your homeworld during the day, during the daylight, let's put daylight, you can navigate successfully with a compass, the sun, and regional maps without getting lost. That's what I want to put in here. This is this feature that I've been wanting to put this in for ages. You know the direction of north and can north by checking the position of the sun You know the direction of north by checking the position of the sun, a compass, or make a compass from make a compass by magnetizing it and placing the position of the sun, or north. Let's have a look here. You know the direction of... That doesn't make sense. So I got to rewrite that. That doesn't make sense, does it? You don't. You know the direction of north. Stars and constellation finding has. Yes, but so prepare, cook, and survive. I'm not allowing that to be a fighter feature. Using the stars to find and navigate is difficult. For anybody who's ever tried to navigate by the stars, because the star positions move during the evening, they don't stay in the same place. They shift position. Some stars will stay the same, but even if you do know which star stays exactly in the same position, here's the problem. They're actually very hard to pick out unless you know your constellations and what the star setup is like. That's a much more difficult skill. So, and to navigate that way is hard. I don't think that's an infantry skill. I don't think that's a soldier skill. I feel like that's a ranger skill. That's something that a ranger would do. This is something that somebody trained in the military or trained as a fighter would know how to navigate by using the sun, a compass, and also how to make their own compass. Yeah. You know how to find the direction of north by the position of the sun, a compass, and maps. Additionally, you can make a compass by magnetizing it and placing it on still water. So for anybody who knows anything about science, if you did this, you know that if you magnetize by rubbing it against your in one direction on, say, a piece of fabric or something like that, a needle, a small light needle, and then you lay it down on some still water, it will point in the direction of north. It's a pretty simple technique. It's been around a long time, and so that's something that I'm porting into the fighter. Because navigation as a fighter, I feel like, needs to be a factor. So that's going to be there as well. Okay, next, let's move down. Training in domestic animals for the purpose of riding overland is a basic skill for you. So dependent on the campaign and game master, you can ride a horse. What's the other one? Horse. Shizers. You can ride a horse, camel, or elephant. Whoops. Okay. Depending on the campaign, the game master, and the game master, you can ride a horse, camel, or elephant. Moose. I'm not right. You're not riding a watchdog. It's not happening. Dear, what do you got here? Stars and constellations. Was it stab 3 minions and the sword will still point towards their boss? Interesting. Actually, that's a good point, isn't it? It's a good point. A lot of armed forces used dogs, didn't they? A lot of armed forces use dogs. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Now, why? Because I want the ranger to have an animal companion. I want the ranger to have access to animals. And I think that's going to step on the toes of the ranger. So for the purposes of this, I'm giving them this feature. I'm going to give them another feature as well. But I don't want to do... Yeah. You're going to ride a moose. Why do you want to put a moose in there, people? You want to put a moose in there. So yeah, I'm leaving dog handling off. I know you are. Here, look, this is what we'll do. Training domestic animals. Okay, training domestic animals for the purpose of riding overland is a basic skill for you. Depending on the campaign and the game master, you can ride a horse, camel, or elephant. And here we go. Let's go this. Okay. A horse, camel, elephant, or another animal that the game master approves. There we go. We've opened the door for not just horse, camel, and elephant. Ta-da! Now, but I'm not finished. Here's something that used to kind of annoy me with regard to the fighter and what it could do. And I'm going to add in a little provisor to this. This feature is quite a large one if you have not noticed. There's a bit going on, but let me just add in one little thing. Like, highly skilled fighters don't just stand on the ground indefinitely. There's a point where they're going to be having a war mount. Okay? There's got to be a point where there's a war mount. At level... Now, what would be an appropriate level? At level what? I'm just trying to think what's a good time to do this. At level 5, at level 6. I don't want to do it straight away. At level 6. At level 6, you are proficient. You are trained in controlling a war horse. War horse or other war mount at the game master's discretion. That's not right. That's not the word. That is definitely not the word discretion. But description. Discretion. Is that it? Discretion. Okay, it's discretion, not discretion. It's discretion. Okay. So somebody has been voting level 5. Somebody had level 6. Okay, so Acer, Ancient Dragon, Dungeons and Chronics, and Roman. I know people were thinking level 5. Give me the Warhorse at level 5, but I'm saying level 6. And the reason I agree with Phil is because you get a lot of stuff as a fighter at level 5. It's like I am just not quite sold on the idea of making it level 5, because level 5 is that giant jumping point, and I think I want to leave it just a little bit longer than that. So what this means is you do not need to fuck around with the combat, the mounted combat feat. Okay, because you are proficient in warhorse and war mounts. Like, that's going to be something you can do. So I need to adjust this here. Training domesticated animals for the purpose of riding over land is a basic skill for you. So hang on. Now is the word and. So you aren't. Here, where is it? You aren't. Hang on. Aren't required to make required to take dice tests for controlling a riding mount outside of combat. Okay, so I'm doing this quite deliberately outside of combat, because my opinion is if you try to take a riding mount into combat, it would rear up, throw you off the horse or the mount and run away. Okay, taking a riding mount into combat is a stupid idea. It shouldn't even be a dice roll, because the animal is never going to be able to cope with it. It's just not feasible. So we're eliminating that, but we're eliminating any game master saying, like, we need to make a dice roll because you're riding a horse. I know that I've seen people do this. So carriages and multiple mounts. Yeah, I suppose, but I think that's enough. Do I need to add in, depending on the campaign and the game master, you can ride a horse, camel, elephant, or another animal that the game master approves. Level 6, you are trained in controlling a war horse or other war mount at his discretion. without requiring a dice test to control the mount. There we go. Whoops, that's not quite to control the mount. So level 6, no dice rolling going on. Level 1, riding mount, not going to be a problem. Okay, that wouldn't happen with a moose. Okay, so I've written in. I'm not really good at writing up and being really concise. So if people see that I haven't worded it very well, or I need to do something with it, you need to let me know. I'm thinking right now. I'm just thinking in terms of the forced march rules. If I have a look at the forced march rules, how is that affecting this whole thing? We've got that one feature written up. Like I'm thankful that's done, and you're going to get that at level 1. Bush survival, I feel like, needs to be at level 1, along with a few other things like maybe I don't do it at level 1. Maybe I push it to level 2. Maybe I make bush survival at level 2. I don't want to do that though. I actually want to make it level 1. I want bush survival to be at level 1. I'm tempted to push fighting style to level 2. Now the reason being is I don't think you would have a specific fighting style when you first start your training. It actually makes more sense that you would pick up a fighting style at level 2 or a little bit later on. Does that make sense? Because your training when you initially come out would probably be very basic. It would be basic training. It wouldn't be specialized training. So I actually think maybe we need to jiggy that around a little bit. Yeah, I know mooses are uncorruptible. You can always count on them. Control them out. Okay, so Phil, you'll let me know if this feature here around the trained domestic animals is almost a pointless feature. If the games, I mean, 5e game mechanics don't really support anything around this, then maybe I need to make it a bit stronger, but we'll see. Anyway, let's have a look at, now what was I looking at here? I was thinking in terms of the forced march, and I wanted to look at overland travel to see what it looked like, so that I can make sure that being forced to march, there was going to be some benefit to doing so. The problem is the rest of the party won't benefit from being you being good at forced marching, but yeah. Yeah, so see, Phil, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking fighting style actually makes so much more sense at level 2, rather than straight out at the bat at level 1. And I know there's going to be a few people who are going to be groaning. Even people in my own group will probably groan, but I think I can sell them on this. So, yeah. Okay, so don't let me forget, bush survival, I need to come back to and look at this bit here about forced march. So let me just, forced marching. Marching order, jumping, travel pace, forced march, there it is on page 181. So if I go to fighting styles, let us have a look here. I need to add in a new fighting style too, I realise. Starting at second level. I think we should pair up fighting style with action surge. Starting at level 2. I think that's the go-to. I think that makes so much more sense. If I pair it up at level 2, copy, rather than having it at level 1. Okay, so choose one. Okay. Paste. Starting at level second level, you adopt a particular style of fighting as your specialty. Choose one of the following features And we needed to have an additional fighting style later on, because there's nothing right now, is there? Six equals auto success, and controlling the mount is simple and a great feature if there's a dice rolls enforced for morale on an animal in combat. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that if you're taking an animal into a battle and it's only a riding animal and it's not trained for battle, it doesn't matter how good you are, it is not going to be able to deal with it. It is just going to run away. It's either going to throw you off the horse, or you're going to get taken away in the direction you do not want to go. It's just going to run away. But if you're dealing with a war horse or a war mount, they are usually capable of, navigating the battlefield pretty efficiently without having to make morale checks. And there isn't a lot of research about what happened to mounts or war horses in the past, because I've talked to people about this and trying to get information, and that they don't even know how much what were the casualties on horses. All we know is that they would take anywhere from 10 to 12 horses for every trooper, which is a lot of horses to be taking for just one trooper if you were in cavalry. It's probably because they got lame and they got injured and got sick and so forth. They got tired, and so you change horses for that purpose. So that's a lot of horses. And if you're going into a battle, then 10, 12 horses, like, core blimey. But there's no information about how often did the rider get taken away by the war horse or war mount. So, I mean, even elephants were prone to, if you threw fire in their face, they would run away. So I get the idea, but I'm kind of just leaning into, you just don't need to make a dice roll. Is there any real benefit by having a 6, rolling a 6? Roll a 6-sided dice. If you get a 6, you don't have any problems. But I see where your point is there, Phil. I'm just not too sure I'm sold on the idea just yet. Anyway, let's see. I was trying to work out what to do with forced marching, and then I need to take a break. The travel pace table assumes that characters travel for 8 hours in a day. You can push on beyond that limit at the risk of exhaustion. Okay, this is 5e. For each additional hour of travel beyond 8 hours, the characters cover the distance shown in the hours column for their pace. And each character must make a Constitution saving throw at the end of the hour. So at the end of the hour, you won't be doing that with a fighter. So you at least get one dice roll that you don't have to make. The DC is 10 plus 1 for each hour past 8 hours. On a failed save, the character suffers 1 level of exhaustion. So if you have a Constitution of 2, you would be able to force march for 10 hours without ever having to make a saving throw. And if you had a Constitution modifier of 3, then you could go for 11 hours, no Constitution saving throw whatsoever. Now, it's not going to come up that much, I'm very much aware. I'm just wondering, is that reasonable? I'm kind of thinking it is, because I feel like that is reasonable. But I might adjust that. We'll see what JP has to say, because he'll have a better idea of how far they could usually march with their infantry. If you buy a cheap riding mount equals auto fail in the combat panel. yeah. That's funny. Then 6th level feature seems kind of like a non-feature. What am I missing? Yeah, no, I get. I need to have a look at the mounted combat feat. I need to have a look at the mounted combat feat and figure out what I am not doing with that level 6 feature that needs to be improved. So I totally get what you're saying there, because I kind of agree. I was a little bit worried that it might be going on, and I think that's probably exactly what's going on. So fighting styles, unarmed fighting. Did I have unarmed fighting plopped in here by now? I don't think I did. Is it in here? Fighting styles, or do I have to go to a different book? It's under a different book, isn't it? It'll be under, what's it under? Maneuvers, Eldritch Knight. No, it'll be under Tasha's, won't it? It'll be in Tasha's. Isn't the fighting style stuff unarmed fighting for the fighter in Tasha's? I'll tell you what, Wizards of the Coast, you are so lucky I'm doing this that I'm even going near your D&D Beyond. I will say it is handy. It is handy dandy. There we go, Tasha's. Now, if I find fighting style option class stuff, here we go. Blind fighting, Inception, Superior, Thrown, Weapon fighting, Unarmed fighting. This is some bullshit, isn't it? Look at this nonsense. Look at this nonsense right here. This is what annoys me, Wizards of the Coast. You like, why do you do this? Oh, to sell books. That's why. I forgot. Here we go. Let us drop that down. Paste it without the formatting. Unhighlight it. Okay, so let's do some adjustment, because this is too good. This is just crapping all over the monk or the warrior monk. Just need a mouse to scare an elephant. Yeah. Prepare. Yeah, probably that'll do it. Your unarmed strikes can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6. No, it should be. This is what it should be. It should be 1d4 plus your strength modifier on a hit. If you're wielding any weapons or a shield when you make the attack, the d6 becomes a d8. Really? If you're wielding any weapons or a shield when you make the attack roll. No. I don't like that's... If you aren't wielding any weapons or a shield when you make the attack roll, the d6 becomes a d8. So they've made it better if you're not wielding a... No, because normally an unarmed strike for an unskilled person and sort of unarmed fighting is you add 1 plus your strength modifier, right? This is actually a pretty good bonus benefit. But I don't believe that a fighter should be as good as a monk at smashing somebody in the face or kicking them in the gullies. So let's make some adjustment. I think 1d4 is fine. I think this line here is absolutely a complete pain in the ass. Ditch it. Because otherwise you would just not have a shield on and just go with, oh, I can now hit for 1d6. No, you're not going to do that. I think the 1d4 becomes a 1d6. Oh, I'm very tempted. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to one creature grappled by you. I'm fine with that as a feature. Or am I? I'm actually not so hot on that. All right. Regarding force marching, you could have like an 8-hour block of time equals default X miles, then maybe 4 hours blocks of a second 8 hours force march block. I'm just trying to... So I haven't really made the force marching feature that great. I suspect that JP's going to have a chat with me and talk about changing it and making it a little bit better. And it might wind up being like you suggested, Phil. I was actually thinking of adding a multiplier of multiplying it by 2. So if you've got a constitution modifier of 1, it would give you 2 additional hours of force marching. If you have a constitution modifier of +2, then you get 4 hours of force marching. +3 constitution modifier would mean you get 6 hours of force marching beyond the 8 hours. But I don't want to make it too good. So I just need to have a chat with him about that. So right now I'm going to make it very conservative and add to it if I need to. It's a very, very small benefit, I know. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 2 deal. So even a monk doesn't get to do that. At the start of each of your turns, it doesn't even state that it's an action. You can deal Grappled by you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this in here. I'm going to change this from a D4 to a D6 to a D4. I'm going to make this a D6. I still don't like it. I still don't like it because even if the monk winds up having its martial die going from a D4 to a D6, you're now still in line with what a monk can do. And that sucks. I actually think this line here needs to go. I think this just makes it too good. I actually think the first line is good enough. Yeah, I just, at the start of each of your turn, you can use an action, you can use, not an action, but you can replace one of your attacks. Like and basically the grappling to do damage, I get. But the second line needs to indicate that you're using one of your attacks to do the damage. If you're grappling. If that's going to stay. But yeah. But if you aren't wielding a weapon or a shield, you can make an attack roll. D4 becomes D6. That's the bit that still pisses me off. No, it's going. No, you're screwing with my one of my favorite classes, the monk, and that's just not good. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to one creature grappled by you. So it needs to. Framing movement and activities by standard blocks of time, like Beck-Me is a good way to. Yeah, okay. So I think at the start of each of your turns, you can deal. No. So this has to say something else. When you take the grapple action, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage as part of the attack. Here. When you use the grapple action, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to one creature. Phil, does that look about right? Does that look about right? So when you use the grapple action, so you can replace one of your attacks with the grapple, right? So if you have two attacks, you could make an attack with a sword, and then you could try to grapple if you've got a free hand, and then you could do damage with that grapple. So basically, we're allowing them to do damage with a grapple. And 1d4 is not a lot of damage, but usually with a grapple, you don't get to do any damage. I'm not against doing that. I actually think that'd be fine. But if we're going to do that, if we're going to do bludgeoning damage with the grapple, which still makes sense to me, I think it needs to add the strength modifier as well. I think leaving out the strength modifier is not enough. So copy and paste. So when you use the grapple action, you can deal 1d4 plus your strength modifier bludgeoning damage to one creature. I think that looks better. I think you tell me Look, Phil, does that look about right? Where I think unarmed fighting there looks about right. I think that looks about right. I think that's really where it needs to sit. If you give up one of your attacks, then you can grapple, which is normal. But when you do a grapple, in this case, if you have the unarmed fighting style, you can do 1d4 plus your strength modifier bludgeoning damage to one creature. It's not it's not really that powerful. It's actually, it's pretty tame in comparison, but it's certainly better than the standard grappling. And it does give you a little bit of unarmed fighting feature. Like, you've got a bit of grapple going on. You've got a bit of, I can punch somebody in the nose or kick him in the groin and do a bit more damage than somebody else. So it's not a really super duper good feature. So it would really be, it's probably something that people would take if they really want to do unarmed fighting with a fighter, but they're probably going to take it later on after they've picked up some of the other skills, fighting skills. I think that's probably more likely, right? Anyway. With a sword, yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think that's what I'll do. Is I'll leave it there with that one, and then okay. So what have we've got this? Okay, so that's all fine. Nothing much to do with that right now. I do need to put fighting style. I need to put fighting style into level 2 because I've shifted it now. But I think I'll go through that after and later. I'm not sold on the forced march thing, and I'm not sold on this bit here, the war mount at level 6. I think it needs to look a lot more like the mounted combat feat, but not be the mounted combat feat. I don't want to give them the mounted combat feat. I just want to give them something that works with it. Okay, so that's where my head is at. So I'm going to come back to these a little bit later and have a think about them. I'm going to put mounted combat. Okay, all right, so making a note of that so that I can come back to it and think about it. So remarkable athlete. I'm still not really sure that I want to put that in because I don't like the dice. I don't like dice mechanics that much, really. That has got a little bit of work to be done on, but actually it's mostly finished, isn't it? It's mostly finished. It is mostly finished. Let's just undo this. Let's get rid of that. The stronghold is going to stay. I don't know it'll necessarily be at level 12, level 11. It might wind up going to level 12. And I've got most of the information there. Fortified tower, castle, keep, and that's the fortified tower there. Okay, so I think that's right. That's fine. That's quite a lot of information. I'm aware of that, people. And then what are we working on next when I come back from my break? Well, we're going to be doing these later because that'll take less brain power on my part. But we need to work on this. These need to be combat maneuvers for sure. I know that battle tactics is something I want to add in. I just don't know what it's going to look like. I know Wizards of the Coast did something that was very metagamey, and I hated it. So I know that's going to be not me. Combat medic is going to be a maneuver. I want that to be something you can use as a maneuver, and I think that'll be very simple, and I'll figure that out in a second. Basic engineering, building siege equipment, digging a foxhole. Basic engineering, I think, is the new feature that I'll be working on here. I think this is what I'm coming back to next, which means, okay, so that'll be, I don't think that's going to be too hard. I think I can write that up fairly simply. I don't think it's going to take a lot of effort on my part. And then it's just about doing the combat maneuvers and placing everything out, scheduling where everything's going to be. Okay, all right. Yeah, well, look, I'm glad you're having a good time, Asa. So I am definitely feel like I feel a lot better about this process. But I'm also starting to realize what game designers, and Phil has to contend with. Like, it's not always that easy to sort of decide, like, how should it be? Is it good enough? Is it not good enough? Those are hard questions sometimes. So let's have a look here. So hashtag basic engineering for the fighter. Coming up. And yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I'm going to take a very quick break, come back, hopefully revitalized and ready to smash out the next one. Okay, I'm coming back in, people. I'm feeling a little bit more, a little bit better about what I got to do next. So this should be a little bit quicker. Okay, all right, back to here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Straight back into the work page. Where are we? Work page. There we go. This is it. This is what we want. Yeah, subtle details, mate. Core blimey. Basic engineering. I don't think that basic engineering is necessarily something I'm going to give them the fighter straight away. I think this is one of those things I'm going to give them a little bit later on. Otherwise, I'm going to wind up packing in too many different things. I suspect a lot of this is going to wind up having to be trimmed back anyway. Let's have a look here. So I feel like this is going to be wind up being a level 2 feature. I think when it comes to basic engineering, I still feel like it's going to be a level 2 feature. I don't know that I would say it's going to be the first thing I want to give them at level 1. I remember having a discussion with JP about this and like how it should look and so forth, and I think that's where my head is at. So I really want to sort of stuff, yeah, I really want to stuff certain things in certain places, and right now that's where my head is at. Okay, so it means rearranging a few things, doesn't it? Because I'm actually putting an awful lot of, now when I think about it, if I have Fighting Surge and Action Surge level 2, then I have Second Wind, Bush Survival, and then Basic Engineering at level 1. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. Well, what do people think? I'm tempted to do that. I'm tempted to put a lot of the basic utility stuff at level 1. Like very, very basic utility stuff at level 1. But then maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe it's better to do it a little bit after. It would make level 2 probably a lot more appealing than level 1. And so I'm having a little bit of a struggle here thinking about where it should be positioned. I'm even thinking maybe it should be even more in the range of about level 5. Maybe it should be about level 5 that we do something like that. Maybe that's where it should be. Okay. All right. So I'm clearly not completely sure about where I want to position that feature, but I need to write it up, don't I? And right now it's just sitting there doing nothing, and it's not going to help if I just leave it the way it is. So let's do this. No formatting. Basic engineering. We're going to give them some basic engineering skills. Yeah, that's kind of where my head was. That's kind of what I was thinking a little bit. Like maybe that's where it needs to sit. So let's write this feature up first. And okay. So part of your Art of War training is simple engineering feats, tasks required for sieging castles, open field warfare. Engineering might be able to fit into the 7th level tactics stuff. Yeah. But I thought the battle tactics, actually maybe the battle tactics should be part of the basic engineering. Maybe battle tactics should be the name of the feature, and it shouldn't be a maneuver. That's another thing to consider. Okay, let's consider it. Battle tactics. Okay, as part of your Art of War training. Okay, as part of your Art of War training, you can perform simple engineering tasks required for sieging castles, open field warfare, and determining battle tactics. Of your opponents. I think that's what we're doing here. Okay, so yeah. let's go with that for now. Battle tactics, basic engineering. This is potentially what it's going to be called. It's going to be one or the other. I don't know which one it'll be called yet. As part of your Art of War training, you perform simple engineering tasks required for sieging open warfare and determining battle tactics of your opponents. Now, I believe that Wizards of the Coast made an attempt to build something for the fighter, didn't they not? That had to do with battle tactics and learning stuff about the enemy. But it was very metagamey and I despised it immensely. You can do the following. Without dice tests. I like abilities that get rid of dice tests. If you hadn't figured it out, people, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a good idea, but okay. So I want to type in something about the battle tactics here. Battle. You have. I'm thinking of giving them advantage once they now. So one of the things that I was discussing with one of my buddies is, as a fighter, it makes sense that if you can watch your enemy in a fight for a little bit of time, you would learn their patterns and what they are able to do, which would make it easier for you to be successful in fighting them. So I am thinking what would be nice is maybe we can do something as simple as giving them advantage on an attack. That would be very simple, just to give them advantage on attack after 2 rounds of combat with the enemy. So the first 2 rounds they learn the tactics and strategies of their enemy, but after that they get advantage. So from round 3 onward, and usually most battles don't last more than 3 rounds, so we're really only giving them advantage once in a battle. And if you have a long stringing battle that's going on, it's probably a good idea to give them advantage on an attack roll. You have... So... you can determine the opponent's enemies fighting tactics and strategies after all right, so is it seeing their what's the word? Okay, so I probably need a little bit of help with this, so let's see if I can. Let's see what did Wizards of the Coast do with that Unearthed Arcana. Let's have a look at that, and let's see if I can do a better job. Is it Player's Handbook Playtest 5? Man, it was depressing when I looked at that thing. Anyway, that was like the nail in the coffin for me. That was, I'll tell you. Anyway. It's like, yep, throw out the OGL thing nonsense and then try to do this, and I was like, oh, you've got to be kidding. What are you up to, people? Don't care about any of that right now. No. Fighter, here we go. So they put in, now let's just magnify this a little bit so I can actually see what I'm looking at. It's a bit small right now. Observing. Oh, thank you. Prepare, cook, and survive. That's the word I wanted. Okay, all right. Let's go back to this. After observing their attacks. Okay. So you can determine the enemy's fighting tactics and strategies after observing their attacks for 2 rounds of combat. Okay, you can determine the after observing their attacks for 2 rounds of combat. You are granted advantage on 1 attack per round on the you are granted advantage on 1 attack. Do I want to go per turn? I'm wondering. I think I'm going to go per turn, because then I open it up for opportunity attacks. If you're using opportunity attacks, I'm actually not against them using it against them during opportunity attacks. Actually, that would make even more sense. Per turn from round 3 onward. Now that's a fairly significant benefit. You can determine the enemy's fighting tactics and strategies after observing their attacks for 2 rounds of combat. You are granted advantage on 1 attack per turn from round 3 onward. That is a rather odd ability, I am aware. Does it do what it needs to do? That's another question though, isn't it? I'm thinking that I like that idea more. I don't want to make it a limited resource, because it doesn't make any bloody sense to have it, oh, you can only use this feature a number of times per proficiency, or you can only use this once and then you have to take a short rest. No, or a long rest. I don't want any of that nonsense. I want, if they're going to have stuff, I don't want them to have to track all these things. They just have to remember to use these things. That's the other thing, is like, will they remember to use it? Anyway, let's have a look at the fighter. What do they do with the fighter? I need some water in me. And they did something about what was it called? Not what is it? Weapon expert? No, weapon adept, unconquerable, epic boot. No, I don't want to know about that one. There was something about, where was it? No, second wind. No, weapon mastery, 3 kind. No, not what I'm looking for. Negatories, feat. No. 7 weapon expert. So that's something else. Indomitable. If you fail a saving throw, you can re-roll it with a bonus equal to your survival level. No, we've already got that there anyway. No. No. God. Champion. Was it in the champion? Okay, here. Adaptable victor. You've studied your friends and foes alike and learned their victory relies on adaptability. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can gain 1 proficiency and 1 skill from these available to your... It's such a hokey way of doing it. Okay. Additional fighting style. Let's gain another fighting style of your choice at level 6. I was thinking about it. They needed to have another one. I know. Is it level 6 that I want to make it level 6, or do I want to make it somewhere else? Okay, anyway. Heroic warrior. No. Survivor. Death-defying. No. Okay, so that's not helping me. So I'm going to forget that. Let's forget about that. Let's move on to what I was working on before, because I was was feeling that more. So cut this, paste that. So provided you have a spade or shovel, you can dig a foxhole or trench to hide in within 1 hour. Does that sound... I can't... Look, I know there's a few people who have been in the military and they're probably aware of how long it takes to dig a foxhole or trench for just one person. Is 1 hour a reasonable period of time? Again, this will be something I'll ask JP about again. But I was thinking, I'm just guessing that 1 hour is sufficient. If it's not, then I will change it. I would imagine that you would be faster at digging you'd be taught how to dig a foxhole more efficiently than somebody else. So I just don't, yeah. I know it also looks like, well, how interesting is a feature is that, Fred? And can't anybody do that? Like, can't anybody just dig a hole? So I've got to make sure that this looks like it's got something else to it. So here's another add. So let's add a little bit more to it. Let's add a little bit more onto there to make it work. Because right now it's like, I'm not sure. Not honestly sure. Depends on the weather. A general guess, prepare, cook and survive. If you are aware about how long it takes to dig a foxhole or a trench to hide in, just spit it out, let me know, and we'll go from there, okay? But in addition, you are able to dig or organize others into what's it? Into what's it? Oh God, no, it's what's the word I'm needing to have here? Okay, so it's not construct. It's not build. Excavate a trench network and erect now there's a fortified wall that's made up of spiked poles, and in some cases they have poison put on them. So I'm trying to think what that is. I can't remember what it's called. Erect a is it pillard? Ah, gosh, what is it called? It's I don't think it's called pillard. I don't think it's called pillard. Excavate. Pillard may not be it. Pillard. Oh no. Okay. Tablets, mobile devices. Pillard. No, that's not it. Oh, yeesh. Okay, so that's Pilia. So, what is a spiked So what is a spite fortified wall? What is it? Palisade. Palisade. Ah, there we go. Palisade. Sometimes a stake wall or a paling. Typically a row of closely placed high vertical standing tree trunks or wood or iron stakes. Okay. That's what it's supposed to be. That's the one I wanted. Took me a little while, but okay, or at least we got it. Palisade. Okay. Provided you have a spade or shovel, you can dig a foxhole or trench to hide in within 1 hour. In addition, it's probably going to be less than that. It probably should be even less than that. I'm thinking it should be. You're supposed to be able to dig your own foxhole really fast because there isn't. You don't have an hour to do it. I think it's probably going to be a lot quicker than that. It's probably going to be about 20 to 30 minutes. But actually, I might drop that down. 30 minutes, and then I'll talk to JP about this. In addition, you are able to dig or organize others into excavating a trench network and erecting a palisade in half the normal time. Okay, all right. I'm putting that in. That's that bit. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, so trench warfare. We've got trench warfare under there. Basic engineering, basic tactics. Building siege equipment. Now, building basic structures was another one. I remember him saying this, didn't he? You are skilled in building simple bridges. Simple bridges. Sheltered bivouac, isn't it? Bivouacs. And I can't remember the other thing. I'm sure there was something else he had mentioned to me. Bivouac. I'm gonna have to figure out what a bivouac is. You are skilled in building simple bridges, sheltered bivouacs. Bivouac. Come on, yeah. Let's go for bivouac. That's what it's called, isn't it? Bivouac. Bivouac. A temporary encampment under light or no shelter. That's not it. Bivouac. That's not what I was... What is it called? I'm sure it's called a bivouac. What is a bivouac? What is a bivouac? Let's see. Okay, so that's a tent. That's not the same. Bivouac. Is that how it's spelt? Is that how it's spelt? What is the meaning of the word bivouac? A temporary encampment. Okay. So it's not spelt the way I've spelt it, clearly. But that looks like what I'm looking for. Military encampment made with tents or improvised shelters. Okay, so that's what we want. That's what we want. So let's add that in, because I feel like that's what I was after in the first place. Okay, so you are skilled in building simple bridges. Erecting tents quickly. Okay. Building. Yep, so it doesn't understand what that word is. Sheltered. Building, improvised. Sheltered. Bivouacs. B-I-V O-U-A-C. Bivouacs. And I haven't decided what that last thing was. Tarp. No, I'm not going with palisade. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Palisade. Yeah, it took me a little while to get palisade out. Demolition of your own siege equipment, denying it to the enemy. Tarping. Tarp or other material string up quickly. Okay. But I think the building the improvised sheltered bivouac was the other thing, because I remember JP telling me that they used to do this. So, and there's lots of ways of building a bivouac or an improvised shelter. Okay, so siege equipment. So siege equipment is an interesting one. So, let's see how this is going to look. This is where I'm really sort of a little bit unsure how it should look. I know what he was after. I'm pretty sure I understand what he was after. It's just, what does it look like exactly? Building siege equipment for assaulting a castle or fortress building a siege equipment for assaulting a castle or fortress from natural resources is second nature to you. You can make with a knife and axe the following equipment. Okay, all right. That's what I'm going to do with that. When it comes to siege equipment, that's what we're going to do. Was it axe as in capital X? Axe. Why does it not recognize axe? Do I have to go to British English for it to actually... Yeah, there you go. Organise, fine. Yeah, fine. British English, there you go. I do not spell axe, A-X. A tarp or other material. Prepare chemistry or other potions to make explosives for ambushing, demolition, and traps. So something like that I feel like would be a combat maneuver, potentially. I don't think I'm going to put it there. I don't think that would be standard stuff. I don't know that you'd necessarily have that as... I'm going to leave that alone for now. Maybe that'll be something I add later as an optional thing to tack on to your martial archetype. Okay, so I need to add in the appropriate equipment that we need So let's grab that. What is the siege equipment that I think you could make? Let's have a dungeon. Let's grab a dungeon master guide and have a look at what siege equipment there is. Siege equipment, 255. 255. 255. Siege equipment. What siege equipment is there? What is something that seems reasonable that you can make from trees and stuff? No problems, prepare, cook and survive. You go do what you need to do. I think making a ballista is asking rather a lot. A cannon, probably not. A cauldron is an iron pot suspended so that it can... No, probably not. A mangonel, probably too complicated. A ram, yes. Let's do a ram. Yay, siege equipment. So hashtag. What siege equipment should a level 6 fighter be able to make? Because we're going to do that. That's my question. Siege equipment. I think basic stuff would be ram and a siege tower, potentially. No. There's another thing. Isn't there another thing? There's a wall. You can make a portable wall. Portable wall. I put a question mark for that. A ladder. Of course, a ladder. A ladder. Ram ladder. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah. So, ladder. Now, I am thinking of making this feature change over time. I am considering adding this feature with a level requirement so that you get more skills at making this sort of stuff. A portable roof, yeah. Is it called a portable roof? A portable wall or roof? I think that's kind of... so what did I want to do here? I wanted to have a mangonel, heavy mangonel catapult, not a cannon, a ballista. What do we think about adding at higher levels, being able to actually construct more effective siege equipment? I think those basic things, ram, portable wall, roof, ladder, there's something else. I'm sure there's something else I'm missing, and I just can't think of what it is. But I feel like there maybe it would be nice to add in a, like, say, level 10. Starting at level 10, you can make the following equipment. It's a siege shed. Okay, it's a siege. Thank you. I'll take that. I didn't think it was called a portable siege shed. Siege shed ladder. And I'm a little unsure about what to put here. I'm sure there's something else that I'm missing. Okay, starting at level 10, you can make the following equipment. What is that equipment? I'm going to add in a few things that are a bit more advanced here. We're going to put in catapult. And I want to put in here... mangonel. I think it's mangonel. It's a type of catapult, basically. A mangonel. a ballista, not going to be a cannon, that ain't happening, but a trebuchet, a siege tower. A siege tower. Actually, do I want to put the siege tower earlier? Siege tower is quite an involved construction process. Maybe not. Siege tower is later. Siege tower, trebuchet. First draft, people, don't think everything is going to stay. I am just spitballing right now. I was like, what do I want to add into this to make it like feel like the fighter can do something other than just swing a sword or fire an arrow? And that kind of hits it on the mark for me. If I wanted to say basic battle engineer. So basic engineering, battle tactics, battle engineer. That's really what it is, isn't it? It's battle engineer. Battle engineering. Yeah. Sweet. All right. Now I got my name. So I think that's really I feel like there's a bit more that could be added to that. I'm also a little bit worried that I'm kind of going off the rails just a teeny weeny bit. Like, it's fun to make stuff, but like, am I going too far? Unless you have castles and stuff, it's probably never going to come up. You know what I mean? I do have Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition in front of me, so I can check that. I'm going to take a quick break, people. Come back, and then we will. I'm going to do maneuvers next. I'm going to do the maneuvers. I think that's the next one. Hashtag. Combat. Combat techniques are next. I am going to take a quick one here. A walking ballista. I don't know about summoning a walking ballista. I don't like that idea very much. Sorry, dude. 5 minutes or less. I'll be back. Okay, alright, so I am switching back over, coming back in. I see a few of your comments here, people, and so I am certainly thinking about it. I am probably not going to put down War Wagon straight out, you know, like level 6, no. But I am kind of open to the idea of this being at level 6. I don't know where it'll be at this present time, but I am open to the idea that you get battle engineering at level 6. Maybe even battle engineering. Maybe battle engineering at level 8. What's going on at level 6? Well, I'll think about it. Let's just deal with this as it is in its current form, and battle wagon. I'm going to stick that in. I'll see what they have to say. I don't know what my group will think. I know that if they see something and they think it's stupid, they'll tell me. It's good when you know you're dealing with people who've been playing the game a while. Like they don't have any problems. Like, Fred, this idea, it's silly. Cat Matt, basically a 6 or 7, and advanced would 12 would be fitting nicely on the ladder. Okay, so let's have a look at siege equipment. I know he's got a section in here because he put siege equipment in there, and it is, oh no, it's not in the player's handbook though, is it? Siege equipment is not in the player's handbook. It's in the Dungeon Master Guide. I'm pretty sure that Gary did first edition AD&D. He did castles and sieging in the Dungeon Master Guide. So where is it? Okay, construction and siege. Here we go. This is page 106. 106. So I need them to be able to lay siege to castles before they wind up getting their own castle. Non-human troops, monsters, bugbear, no. Castles, construction, siege equipment. Doors, no, that's constructing a castle. Towers, siege towers, oh, siege engines and devices of war. Ballista, catapult. Oh, it's a gallery. It's called the Tortoise. Does anybody remember? Yeah, it's a hoist, ram catcher, siege tower. What is a sow? It's a pick screw device, otherwise formed to the conforming to the ram for use outside stonework. Okay, all right. A pick screw device. Okay, so I see. Ram. Matlets. I think we've got most of it here, and I mean, I think the basics in terms of the things that I would like them to be able to make are there. Level 10, if I give them the castle options at 12, then sieging. I mean, you have to be sieging castles before level 10, or around level 10, because that just makes more sense than anything under the sun. You can do some of that basic stuff here. You'll at least be able to start bashing down doors and so forth, and siege shed, ladder. But okay, all right. Could one end with a basket. It can be hoisted up to 4 attackers, the height of. Okay, so a movable construction, typically a heavy timber frame. Okay, so the siege shed is basically the Tortoise, isn't it? I think that's what it is. It's a mobile siege shed, ladder, hoist. Hoist, I think that's right. Let's put in hoist. Okay. And hoist. So those are the things you can make without too much trouble. Starting at level 10, you can make the following equipment. The mobile siege head is probably the most important. The ram, ladder. Okay. Yep. And more advanced stuff is a little bit longer, a bit further along. Okay, I think that'll be fine. I think that's all right. So I'll leave that as it is. Okay, so I need to take this and copy and paste it. Cut. And I am going to place it roughly about level 6, maybe level 8. Beginning at level 6, Indomitable. Beginning at level, followers, that's level 6, that's level there. Level 4. I really probably want it about there. Extra attack, Indomitable, level 9. It's definitely got to be there. Somewhere around there. That's where it needs to sit. That is the battle engineer. Battle engineering. That's where I think it needs to sit roughly. Followers, loyal followers. Well, we get our apprentice at level 6. It might actually, I might even push that somewhere else as well. It's not going to be after that, so we're going to go cut, and that should definitely happen before the battle engineer stuff. Paste. Loyal followers, battle engineer. Okay. Okay, alright. Sheesh. Interesting. So, for those of you who are looking at this and thinking, are you absolutely insane? The problem is that I build a lot of this stuff into my games. So if you build the stuff into your games, it's kind of nice if it's already tied into the character sheet. It's like, I don't have to, they'll remind me rather than I have to be reminded. Like, oh, it's time to start working on this sort of thing. So, yeah, that's where my head is at, if you were wondering, people. So that's fine. Level 6, level 5. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out where that's going to live. All right, so that's fine. Let's leave that. I don't know that I need to use that at all, but they did mention it, didn't they? This here, guild member. Geez, there's a lot of stuff to squeeze in. I really want to ditch some stuff. I really want to just like cut a few things away just to leave, because it just feels a bit busy. In any case, let's have a look at what do I need to do with these maneuvers, because that's the next problem. Superiority die. You have 4 superiority die, which are D8s. A superiority die is expended when you use it. You regain all of your expended superiority die when you finish a short or a long rest. A short rest or a long rest. Okay, so that's an interesting prospect. I think almost immediately, if you're thinking about a battle, and if you have a battle, after a battle you use up your superiority die, you're probably going to want to take a short rest. Once troops and siege mechanics get into a game, it really helps build sense of scale and purpose for leveling up. Yeah, so this is one of the problems that, right, as you probably know, Phil, like higher level play from level 10 upward, unless you start doing that sort of stuff, there's really no point playing beyond level 10. And I've had this discussion with my buddies before, and it's like, you know, it's I mean, you can have other things going on, but like like, why are you not doing that sort of thing? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so superiority die. So if I look at that and think in terms of how it's working, having access to 4 superiority die, and then so let's consider what is likely to happen with this. You get into a battle, you use all of your superiority die up, and the battle was about anywhere from 1 round to 3 rounds, maybe 5 rounds long. And then you want to take a short rest. And then it's up to the dungeon master. Can you take a short rest? And if they say, no, you can't take a short rest, then you can't. But I am of the opinion that most of the time you're probably going to have this situation, if it works the way Wizards of the Coast was thinking, is that you probably wind up using your superiority, at least one of those 8-sided dice, every single time you have a turn. At least one. And then you get to move on, and then you take a rest and you do it all over again. But if you have a running fight, then it eliminates that opportunity and that possibility. But what the superiority die does is it doesn't just increase damage. It can do a lot of other things, correct? So that's where we're at. That's where we need to think in terms of how this is going to work. Martial maneuvers and techniques. Let's just call it martial maneuvers. Keep it simple. There are battle. The fighter selects their preferred specialties after their initial training. Every fighter can be different, though, through combat training, academic study, tactical experience, weapon training, and military station. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain 3 maneuvers of your choice, which are detailed under the maneuvers below. Many maneuvers enhance your attacks in some way. You can use only 1 maneuver per round, and I'm doing that quite deliberately. You learn 2 additional maneuvers of your choice at 6th level, 10th, and 14th. That's all saying. The saving throws, well, some of the maneuvers require you saving throw. So the calculation is there, and then we have the maneuvers. So. Instead of saying superiority die, I'm just going to replace that with the dice. I think that is the easiest way to deal with this. If I think about it really carefully, the easiest way to deal with giving your fighter something interesting to do is simply to just get rid of the word superiority die, and that's it. And I noticed superiority die, you gain superiority die at 7th level and 1 more at 15th level. But I'm giving them an unlimited resource so they can do it at least every single round with no exhaustion on it. And it can go into potentially all sorts of things. So let's look at this and think about this very carefully before I do this. But I'm about to do it, probably, people. It's probably going to look like that. Yeah. I was going to change the dice from a D8 to something else, but I don't think I will. I think we're going to leave it as a D8 for now, because it kind of sits in line with, a D8 is a pretty good bonus. A D4 is usually a pretty good bonus too. A D6 is not bad. It's certainly worthwhile doing it. A D8, changing the dice that you use as you level up would be smart too. What do people think? Do you think that the superiority die should change as you increase in level? Or is that just making it way too complicated when it doesn't need to be complicated? because a D8 is always, like, that's always, on average, it's going to be a 4. If it's a D6, it's a 3. It's a D2, it's 2. You're going to get about 2. Hashtag should superiority die, superiority dice increase with level. Because right now, you favour increasing superiority. It's kind of where my head was going. Like, I was thinking, maybe there should be a progression. Rather than giving them a full-blown 8-sided dice right out the gate at level 3, maybe it should be a progression. I use super dice extensively in my campaign projects. Yeah, and I think the fighter should have that as a stand. That's why I'm making it like that. That's what I want it to be. So this is where superiority die. So that means I don't need to change much of that. I just need to check it to make sure I'm happy with it. Okay. All right, let's go back to D&D Beyond and find the player's handbook. Player's handbook. No, I don't want to buy you shit. Thank you. All right. Fighter. Let's go to superiority die. It should be here, right? Martial. Pendant. Archetypes, remarkable athletes, battlemaster, maneuvers, superiority die. This is the only section that I kind of changed. I might just take that. And I'm going to just rejiggy it a little bit. Let's rejiggy just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Okay. Saving throw. Get rid of the formatting. Superiority die. And we probably need to bold that. I'm actually wondering if I bold it or not bold it. No, let's bold it. Bold maneuvers, bold that. Just like they've done. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. I'll do this. I'll do this. Make them stand out. And so your superiority die dice increase with your level, with your character level. With your character level or with your fighter character? With your fighter character level. Got to be careful about this. Yes, if you don't take fighter class level. You don't take fighter, you won't be increasing your superiority die. So if you try to multi-class, that will screw you over. And I'm all for doing that because I want the fighter to be, I want it to be good enough as it is. Yes, when die increases with your fighter class level. So die is expended when you use it. You regain all uses. No, that doesn't apply at all because there is no. You can only use one per round. So that's what we're doing here. And then And we'll do the stages. We'll go, so it's level 3, level 7, level 15. So at level 3, a third level fighter gets a D4. D4, I think that's right, for right, so this is where my head is just a little. I'm pretty close to getting this nutted out. I'm pretty sure I got pretty close to getting this nutted out. What's the best way to word this though? There. Superiority die. Superiority die. Now I'm just wondering about the progression. 7th level. Is a D6 and fifth level is a D8. Okay, now let me just think about this, people, because I'm not sold on those numbers. One, because I hate making players roll a D4. Anytime I have to get the players to roll a 4-sided dice, it's a pain in the butt. So we've kind of gone 4 levels then. Then there's a great huge whacking wait before it moves up again at level 7. I'm not really fond of that. That's a little annoying. It's a quite a long period of time. So level 3 to level 6. That's only 3 levels. And it's going to be a D4. I don't know about that. One, because I hate rolling 4-sided dice. But also two, it's quite a pullback on the power output of the feature. Is it going to really matter if I go from a D4 to a D6? A D4 to a D8 is a big jump. Really, what's the ultimate problem here? Let's have a think about this. What's the general overall average output of our dice likely to be? From level 3 to 6, it's either going to be, the average would be 2, 3, or 4 if we use either a D4, a D6, or a D8. And number wise, it's not a huge difference. It's not even like having advantage. Advantage is on average about supposedly an extra 5 points. So it's not even like having advantage. So I'm kind of looking at this and thinking, well, is it even necessary to have it be trimmed down that much? I'm actually quite happy for this to go to a D6 at level 3. At level 7, it go to a D8. And level 15, it go to a D10. Okay, so what does that look like now? All right, people, help me with this. Getting my brain around this. So at level 3, on average, we're going to get about a 3 on our superiority die. Level 7, we're going to get an average of about 4 on our superiority die. And people are used to getting at least average of 4 at level 3 in the current rules. But let's not worry about the current rules too much. But at level 15, they're not used to getting a D10. And we have also made it pretty much available, like every round you can use this thing. So you don't have to worry about taking a short rest. You don't have to take a long rest. You can just use this thing because it's something that doesn't wear out. It's not like casting a spell. We don't want to turn the fighter into a spell caster like 4E did. So no. So the increase level 15, is it really going to matter? In fact, if we make it level 7, again, I'm even wondering if level 7 makes sense. I would prefer to go level 3, level 10, level 15. Level 3, level 10, level 15. I think that progression would work better. Even going level 3, level 9, level 15. Actually, let's do that. I think that's that sort of evens it out, so that the spread is a little bit more even. I don't think it's going to make that much difference if I go level 9, level 3 to level 9, then from level 9 to level 15. And then on top of that, am I happy with it being a D10 at level 15? That gives them an extra 5 points on one of their feature things that they use. Which is stronger than it was before. But I've made it weaker from level 3 to level 9. Quite a bit weaker. But you don't have to worry about that. So, yeah, I think, Phil, it's right. Level 3, 9, 15 is the right way to look at the progression. But here's my thing, Phil, and I'm thinking, do I go with a D6, then a D8, then a D10, or I'm contemplating going a D8, a D10, a D12. Would it really make that big a difference on one maneuver? Is it really going to be that game busting? D6, D8, D10. This is conservative. This is a conservative approach to it, right? If I find it doesn't work, I can change it. Because this is like the first draft. So let's stick with D6, D8, D10. And we've made it available so you don't have to worry about short rests and long rests. You can just use one maneuver every single round. So there's a trade-off, but there's some benefits there as well. Okay. All right. I think Phil, your response has sold me on the idea. I think that's the way to go. That's what I will do. Okay, so let's have a look at these and see what I'm happy and unhappy about. This first one, ambush. Okay, ambush. When you make a dexterity stealth check or an initiative roll, you can expend one superiority die and add the die to the roll, provided you aren't incapacitated. I'm fine with that. Does it make sense? Ambush. So this is really to help you ambusher. I think ambush or ambusher. I think you're an ambusher. That's what it's supposed to be. Ambusher. Let's call it ambusher. The difference is when you want it to pace with fighter, battlemaster, superiority die, and bardic inspiration, or if it is weaker and capping at 10. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll keep it the way I've done it, and if I need to increase it, I can. But I think it's probably fine the way it is. I think getting an average of a 3, a 4, or a 5 is actually a pretty reasonable sort of bonus. I don't think it's a bad bonus, and there's a but you can add it to a lot of other things. I'm just thinking when you compare it to something like having advantage, does it have to be better than advantage? Because advantage has got one of those things you can still roll really bad. Like it's probably better to have being able to add another number to your dice roll than rolling an advantage, because you could roll 2 1s, right? That's the trade-off. You get advantage, you roll 2 dice, and instead of rolling a 1 or a 20, you just roll 2 1s, and you're like, or 2 2s, or 2 5s, or a 6 and a 5, or something like that. So getting to add another number to something is actually better than having advantage. Okay. Getting... Oh, I got excited. I'm coughing and choking. Oh, all right. We'll leave that as that. Oh, ha, ha. This. Undo that. Bait and switch. When you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend 1 superiority die and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 feet of movement and the creature is willing and isn't incapacitated. The movement doesn't provoke an attacks of opportunity. So this doesn't make sense because we don't have a pool of superiority die. But if you use this feature, that would be the only feature you could use. That's the difference, right? Spend 1 superiority die and switch places with that creature. When you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend 1 superiority die and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 feet of movement and the creature is willing and isn't incapacitated. The movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. This bait and switch thing is a little bit weird. I'm not a fan of bait and switch. I'm looking at bait and switch and I'm thinking, I don't understand it. It's kind of shit. It's going back to yellow. Roll the superiority. Until the start of your next turn, you and the other creature, your choice, gains a bonus to the armor class, the number rolled. I see. I suppose, okay, now I kind of understand it now. Okay, alright, it's alright. It's alright. Okay, I changed my mind. It's staying the way it is. Until the start of your next turn, you and the other creature, your choice, or the other creature, not you or the other creature, your choice gains a bonus to AC equal to the number rolled. Does that make sense? Bait and switch. No, again, I'm not sold on this last bit. The bait and switch thing, I can kind of imagine like, okay, you switch places, and it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity is fine. I don't know that I like the idea that you can. Does it make narrative sense that you can just give it to the other person rather than yourself? Bait and switch. Narratively, I don't understand it. I don't get it at all. So I think what I'll do is I'll go to brace, come back to that. We'll come back to that and see if I can I have an idea along the way. You never know. Brace. when a creature you can see moves into reach, you have with a melee weapon you're wielding, you can use your reaction to expend 1 superiority die. Okay. Brace. When a creature you see moves into reach, you have into reach, to the reach you have with a melee weapon you're wielding, you can use your reaction to expend 1 superiority die and make 1 attack against a creature using that weapon. If the attack hits, add the superiority die to the weapon's damage roll. Okay. Okay. Brace. I'm not sure about brace. I'm finding it hard to see it. The problem is, it's just the mechanics, right? There's none of the flavor. It's not explaining what you're doing with it, and I think that's my biggest problem here. So it doesn't explain to me why you're getting that mechanical benefit. Command to strike. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego 1 of your attacks and use a bonus action. God knows. No. To direct 1 of your opponents to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you and expend 1 superiority die. That creature can immediately use its reaction to make 1 weapon attack, adding the superiority die to the attack's damage. That is... God, that's awful. It is so complicated as a mechanic. Mechanic-wise, it's so complicated. Okay, commanding presence. When you make a charisma intimidation or charisma performance or a charisma persuasion check, you've got to be kidding. You can expend 1 superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. I kind of like it. I just don't like the way they've written it. So how many types of charisma checks are there that do we have? We have intimidation, performance, persuasion, deception, so let's undo that bit. Let's bold that up. When you make a charisma like this is not how I want it at all. Let's just readjust this because that doesn't seem like it needs to be that way. So intimidation, performance, persuasion check. You can expend 1 superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. Now, so commanding presence is actually something that you do outside, potentially outside of combat. Commanding presence. I think that I need to do something with that. Liking the idea, but I'm hating the text is the hallmark of 5e. I tell you, man. While and my ability to communicate in the English language is not that great, but some of the stuff, while in combat, that's what I'm stating. While in combat, you can make a charisma, intimidation, performance, or persuasion check. You expend 1 superiority die and add the superiority die to the ability check. That's what I want it to read like. I don't want it to be used outside of combat in this case. In this case, I really want it to be used in combat. I don't want it to be applied to, like, otherwise we just give them a you know, training and intimidation, performance and persuasion. Well, no, but in combat, yes. Let's make that a thing. I might feel differently about this, but right now, you can make a Christmas check. One expression die. Yeah, that's what I want it to read. That's better. Okay, I'm happier now. Disarm. Okay. God, here we go. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to attempt to disarm the target, forcing it to drop 1 item of your choice that it is holding. Finally, a descriptor as to what the hell is going on. And they don't do that with the other ones. Okay, all right. You add the superiority die to the attacker's damage roll, the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, it drops the object you choose. The object lands at its feet. God almighty. Okay. Let's undo this. And bold. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to attempt to disarm the target, forcing it to drop 1 item of your choice on its holding. Okay. You add the superiority die to the damage roll, and the target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, it drops the object you choose. The object lands at its feet. Here's the problem with disarming somebody and it lands at their feet. They just pick it up next turn. Unless you pick it up, they just pick it up next turn. That's the problem with disarming somebody this way. And I've seen people use this and be very frustrated by it, because really what you want to do is disarm them and have the weapon yourself. Okay. If you have a hand free, you can take the weapon off the opponent. I think that's what it really needs to have there, right? If you have a hand free, you can take the weapon off the opponent. So it doesn't land at their feet necessarily. But if you have a hand free, it's now in your hand. That's what we really want to have happening with this feature. If you're going to disarm them, that's what we want to have happen. And it does damage as well. Like that's quite a lot. I don't really want to use reactions. If any time I can find a way to get rid of a reaction, I will. So I know, Phil, I'm not really using reactions. If any time I can get rid of them, I prefer that. But I like the idea at least that they could have the weapon in their hand, because it's the first thing they ask me whenever they've ever used this. Is like, but I want to have the weapon in my hand. I don't want it to be on the ground, because I'm just going to pick it up again. So what's to stop you, for the disarm attack, what's to stop you from ever doing anything but just using the disarming attack? It seems like the no-brainer. If there's another feature here that allows you to add damage to your attacks, that's a problem. That's a problem. Let's just go highlight, because that That makes that feature like where you just keep using the disarming attack, and you do damage, and then you could potentially get rid of their weapon. That's what I would do. Okay, let's go down. Distracting strike. When you hit a creature with a weapon, you can expend 1 superiority die to distract the creature, giving your allies an opening. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. There we go. The next attack roll against the target by the attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of your next turn. So distracting strike, fiat strike. So distracting strike and disarming strike looking pretty impressive. Like, why would you not just use them like over and over again? Okay, so the next attack against the target by the attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of... God almighty, it's so complicated. Oh my God, what are they doing here? Okay, I'm whining a lot. Let's move on. Evasive footwork. When you move, you can expend 1 superiority die, roll a die, and add the number rolled to your armor class until you stop moving. That's better. Thank God. That makes... I'm fine with that. That's all right. That actually makes a lot of sense. I get it. You know, it's reasonably well worded. You want to get your armor class up a bit, you can, and you're using that. So you're dodging around. You attempt to evade the enemy's strikes. Battle. That's really what it is. When you move, you can expend 1 superiority die, roll the die, and add the number rolled to your armor class until you stop moving. Okay. Yeah, natural language. Yeah, it didn't feel like natural language. Geez, Phil, how do you put up with this? I could not handle this. It would drive me so nuts. No wonder people have to ask questions about how things work. Okay, fiat attack. You can expend 1 superiority die and use a bonus action. No way. On your turn to fiat. Fuck that. Okay. Okay, you can expend 1 superiority die on your turn to fiat. Choose 1 creature within 5 feet of you as your target. You're only ever going to get to use 1 superiority die as per round anyway, so it is not going to change anything by putting in a bonus action. So I've already hard baked that into what I've got here. So let's. This is why we pay the big bucks and editors and high editors. I bet. You can expend 1 superiority die on your turn to fiat. Choose 1 creature within 5 feet of you as your target. That's fine. You have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature this turn. If the attack hits, add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. Oh, okay. So what we're doing is we're getting advantage on our next attack roll against the creature this turn. So it means you need to make sure you have more than 1 turn. I'm fine with that, actually. I'm actually kind of fine with that, because if it means you have to expend 1, choose 1 creature within to fiat. Choose 1 creature within 5 feet of you. You have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature. No, you don't have to. No, you can do it with 1 attack. It's fine. This turn, if that attack hits, add this priority die to the damage roll. Okay. I think that's fine. That I feel like that makes sense. I can understand that. I don't think it's confusing. And I got rid of that stupid bonus action bullshit that I just can't stand. And there we go. So you can expend one superiority die on your turn. You can expend a, not one, a superiority die on your turn to fiat. Choose one creature within 5 feet of you as your target. You have advantage on the next attack roll against the creature this turn. If that attack hits, add the superiority die to the attacker's damage roll. Attack's damage roll. That's fine. That's good. Okay. Got to bounce. No problem, Phil. Thank you for piping in and giving your feedback. I feel very sorry for you in the design realm, trying to get past what has to be some of the most annoying structures that have been put in place. Love the effort, Fred. Great direction. Take the fighter. Looking forward to more. Yes, you will be getting more. Probably not the fighter. I am planning to wrap up the fighter and put the first draft on Patreon. But anyway, let's keep going. Goading attack. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend one superiority die to attempt to spend. You can spend a superiority, not one, just a. You're only going to get to do one anyway. A superiority die to attempt to goad the target into attacking you. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you until the end of your next turn. That's fine. That's all right. I'm all right with that. Hello, Dungeons and Chronics. No problem. How are you, buddy? All right. Okay. Oh, you've been here the whole time. I know. Look, this is the problem. This is a problem when I live stream for such a long period of time. It's like, you can't keep typing into the chat, of course. Okay, I'm fine with goading attack the way it is. I've just got rid of the word one. That's really all I've done. Everything else looks all right to me. Grappling strike. Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can expend one superiority die and then try to grapple the target as a bonus action. Okay. No. No. Screw that. No more bonus actions. Add the superiority die to the strength athletics check. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. Here we go. Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can expend, not one, a, because you're only going to get to use one anyway, the way I've written it, a superiority die, and then try to grapple the target as part of the attack. Melee attack. That's what I want. That's better. Righty-ho. That's more like it. Yes, this is stronger. I'm aware it's stronger than the previous version. And I'm actually fine with that. Okay. Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can expend a superiority die and then try to grapple a target as part of the melee attack. Add the superiority die to the strength athletics check. That's really what we're trying to do. So you're trying to do a grappling strike at the same time. Yes. Yes. Success. Just a few minor tweaky, slight adjusting bits, and we're looking a lot better. Okay, let's get that into a same position. Lunging attack. When you make a melee weapon attack on your turn, you can expend one superiority die to increase your reach for that attack by 5 feet. Lunging attack. When you make a melee attack on your turn, you can expend a superiority die to increase your reach for that attack by 5 feet. If you hit, you add the superiority die to the attacker's damage roll. So this is what they do, is they give you a little bit more and the damage roll as well. Okay, so now I'm starting to feel a little bit better about the disarm feature. Okay. Let's do that. That seems all right. I think I'm all right with that the way it is. I've only just changed one word. And we've got nothing else. Okay. Maneuvering. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a superiority die to maneuver one of your comrades into a more advantageous position. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and you choose a friendly creature who you can see or hear. You choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you. That creature can use its reaction. That creature can use its reaction to move up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attacks from the target of your attack. Don't like that. I don't like that. Sorry that I don't have a lot of input, being that I have never really played. No problems, Dungeons Chronics. I understand. Yeah, it's all right. You guys are hanging out with me, and so I'm getting it done. That's the main thing, right? Let me have a think about this now. I don't like this the way it is. That creature... Oh, that creature can use its reaction. So that creature... the friendly creature can move next turn without provoking opportunity attacks from the target of your attack. I think that's what I want it to read. The friendly creature can move next turn without provoking opportunity attacks from the target of your attack. I think that's how I would prefer it to read, rather than the way it was. So let's do that. So I'm not a huge fan of this maneuvering attack. It does feel very gamey. Anyway, menacing attack. Menacing attack. Here we go. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a superiority die, not one, a die to attempt to frighten the target. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it is frightened of you until the end of your next turn. On a failed save, it is frightened of you until this is one of the things I'm getting rid of this. I don't like that. On a failed save, it is frightened from you until the end of the battle. Let's just get rid of that. I just want to the battle is not going to go on for much longer. Why are we having to track that? If the battle is going on for multiple rounds like this, God almighty, what are people doing? Yeah. If your battle is going on for too many rounds, like you've made it too much. Your monsters aren't doing enough damage. Anyway, yeah. So that's going to be a lot stronger. Yes, on a failed save, it is frightened of you until the end of the battle. Bam. Okay, parry. When another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction. Oh, not again. Expend one spirit die to reduce damage the number you roll on that. Okay. When another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use a reaction. No. Plus your dexterity modifier. I'm not really fond of parry in that way. Parry is, I don't like that. It's okay. Precise attack. When you make a weapon attack roll against a creature, you can expend a superiority die to add to the roll. Okay. You can use this maneuver. No. You can use this before or after making the attack roll, but before the effect of the attack are applied. No, this always pisses me off. This line here just annoys me. Either commit to it or don't. It's like building metagaming into the game mechanics, and it's one of the things that they do. That it's existed in D&D for a long time. Like a lot of spells work this way. A lot of game mechanics do. But they keep building it into game mechanics, and it's like, no. You can use this maneuver before or after making the attack roll, but before any effect. Okay, so you can use this maneuver. So this here, I'm getting that line out. That's going to go. You've got to commit to it. Commit or don't commit. If you're not going to commit, then don't commit. It's one of those things. You've got to go with it might not work. I don't like the way that shield works, frankly, and for the casters. I think it's a bad idea. You can make this maneuver before. Okay, you can use this maneuver before making the attack roll, but not. No, this line doesn't need to be there. Although there's going to be confusion if I don't. You can use this maneuver before making the attack roll, but not after making the attack roll. Okay, that's what I want to do with that. I think I feel better about that now. Too many abilities have metagaming built into them, so I want to eliminate that one. Okay, push attack. Push attack, here we go. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, not a melee, with a weapon attack, you can expend because you're only going to get to use one every round anyway. You know, a superiority die to attempt to drive the target back. You add a superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and if the target is large or small, it must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you push the target up to 15 feet away from you. I'm fine with that. That's all right. That makes sense. Yeah, it's not too convoluted. I wouldn't say it's natural language, but it's there. Okay. He says, Mister, I've never made a role-playing game before. Okay, so let's do the next one. No, there's a blooming bonus action here. Okay. So quick toss. As a bonus action, you can expend a superiority die and make a ranged attack with a weapon that has the throwing property. Okay. You can draw the weapon as part of making this attack. If you hit, add the superiority die to the weapon's damage die. Okay. Toss attack. Is there any purpose in having this? I'm just thinking about it. It's basically trying to give you another attack. But you can toss a weapon that's throwing as a bonus action. And again, I don't like bonus actions. Anything with bonus actions I want to just ditch. Fighters have already got so many attacks as it is. Is it necessary to have the... I'm going to get rid of it. I'm just deleting it. It doesn't need to be there. It's gone. Sorry. Bye-bye. Rally. On your turn, you can use a bonus... Oh, God. Expend a superiority die, not one. A superiority die to bolster the resolve of one of your companions. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you. That creature gains temporary hit points equal to the superiority die plus your charisma modifier. Rally? That makes no sense. So basically you're supposed to be doing something that is going to bolster them. Temporary hit points is all very well. I don't like the temporary hit points thing though. Why don't we're trying to rally them. They're losing their... So this is something... Okay, screw that. Free action. On your turn, you can use a free action, expend a superiority die to bolster the resolve of one of your components. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see and hear you. So you so what you're trying to do is you're trying to call an ally back into the fray. Fray of battle when they flee. Okay, you call an ally back into the fray of battle when they flee. On your turn, you can use a free action and expend one superiority die to bolster the resolve of one of your companions. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you. See or hear you? I think see and hear you is better. And hear you. That creature... And this is where I think this one should have been, and I don't know why they did it this way, but hey, I'm not a game designer, am I? So let's do it the way I think it should be done, which is, where is it? I saw it before. Did I lose it? Did I lose that page? It was here. It was here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Is no longer frightened. Okay. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. And I've made it a free action. You're just talking out into the battlefield, and somebody who is frightened is no longer frightened. That's what I think that should do. And you would only ever be able to do it once in a round. So, reposit. When a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use a reaction, expend 1 superiority die to make a melee attack against that creature. If you hit, you add the superiority die to the attacker's damage. Oh, what? Okay. Repositors like Counter-Strike. 1 superiority die to make a melee attack against the creature if you hit and add the... I'm getting rid of this. I'm getting rid of this. I feel like it needs to be replaced with something else, but I haven't decided what it is. But I'm getting rid of it. Sweeping attack. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can spend a superiority die. To attempt to damage another creature with the same attack. Okay, so here we go. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can expend a superiority die to attempt to damage another creature with the same attack. Choose another creature within 5 feet of the original target and within your reach. If the original attack roll would hit the second creature, it takes damage equal to the number you roll on your superiority die. The damage is of the same type dealt by the original attack. So, okay, so I see what they're trying to do here. Sweeping attack. It's not a very well worded option. I see what they're trying to do. I'm not going to take it away for now, but I feel like it's on the chopping board. Very, very likely. Anyway, tactical assessment. When you make an intelligence investigation, what is with this? An intelligent investigation, intelligence history, or a wisdom insight check. Okay, all right. Let's just pull this together, because that's not necessary to do that. Or a wisdom insight check, you can expend 1 superiority die. No, a superiority die, because you're only going to get to use 1 per round anyway. And add the superiority die to the ability check. So, tactical assessment, investigation, history, wisdom, insight. It's a dice mechanic. I guess it's not doing damage and not hitting a target, so it's not your standard sort of thing. How often are they going to use it? Tactical assessment. Probably not a lot, but it does allow you to draw information that you might not have had before. Okay, all right. Rally is trying to supplant the cleric. Yeah, I can see what you gets a saving throw versus fear to remove any fear effect. No, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Sweeping is trying to just give a free hit. Yeah, so I'm not too upset by this. It's fine. It's kind of doing partly what I would like it to do, but I don't know that it's the best application of it. Okay, trip attack. This is interesting. When you hit a creature with a weapon, you can expend a, not 1, a superiority die, a, to attempt to knock the target prone. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and if the target is large or small, it must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you knock the target prone. Okay, so you do damage, you knock it prone. If you have more than 1 attack, you would want to do this at the very beginning, trip it over, and then have advantage because it's prone. So there's a good reason to have it there, but there's something missing from this. Hello, Roman. What do you got here, Roman? It's been fun. See you later. Thank you, Roman, for hanging out with me. So there's an aspect to this that I think needs to change. Okay. If you are wielding a whip, polearm, what is another weapon that is traditionally used to trip somebody up with? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember what weapons traditionally were used for tripping somebody up in a fight? A polearm, yes. A whip, yes. And were there any others? I don't think there are. I think that's about it in terms of what we have in 5e. A spear. A spear would be a weapon you would have used to trip with. Whip, not a warhammer, not a war pick. A trident, though. A trident, yes. Not a short sword, not a scimitar, not a rapier. A pike is a pole arm. So I don't need to say too much. Not that, not that. A lance. It's just a reach weapon, basically. A staff. A staff would be one, yes. You're right. Absolutely. Staff. And it's probably the quarterstaff, isn't it? It'll be the quarterstaff. Spear, light hammer, javelin. Spear. No. Quarterstaff. Quarterstaff. The ball with the rope. Oh, I see. I know what you're talking about. Yes, you're right. It was. No, not that. Flail. Flail was used for tripping people up. Japanese had to contend with that quite a bit. Flail. Flail or a reach weapon. Okay, if you are wielding a whip, pole arm, spear, trident, quarterstaff, flail, or a reach weapon, you can attempt to trip an opponent. If you don't have this, you won't be using this feature. That's the extent of it. That's what I think needs to be there. It's a little bit longer than it was before, people. But I've looked at trip attack and I'm like, why are we tripping with a bloody short sword? So that's that one. Okay, so let's go up. Parry. God, I hate parries so much. Parries look so awful. It's parry. Parry should look something like something else. And it doesn't look like something else. Parry just looks weird. And okay, so I haven't figured out how to solve that little problem just yet, but we're getting there. Anyway, so I'm going to have a drink of water. When another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and expend one superiority die to reduce the damage by the number equal. I can't think of a way to solve it. I'm going to ditch it for now. I want to bring back parry, but I don't like that parry at all. Okay, let's move along. Distracting attack. When you hit a target with a weapon attack, you can superiority die to distract the creature, giving your allies an opening. You add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. Next attack against a target by an attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of the next turn. Okay. This I'm not going to worry about because there's a lot of this going on. It won't be something you keep doing. Distracting attack. Commanding strike. I don't like distracting attack. I don't know how else I want it to be worded. Reducing attack The attack roll by your superiority die. Maybe. Die to distract the creature. Giving you an opening. No, yeah. Bowlers? I see what you're saying. No, I'm going to get rid of it. Distracting attack, I'm going to get rid of that. I'll work on it some other time, maybe. Brace. God, I hate brace. So we have a few here. Brace, when you move... No, I'm going to get rid of brace as well. I don't like brace. If I can figure out how to make it look better, then I will. Commander's Strike. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action to distract and to just direct one of your components to strike. Companions to strike. Okay, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a free action, because you're only going to get to use this once anyway. Free action to direct one of your opponents to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you and expend one superiority die. The creature can immediately use its... No, I know where this comes from. It comes from 4E. I'm getting rid of it as well. Yeah, I'm still live. It's a bit of a marathon. I'm aware, people. This is what every fortnight you have me doing a marathon, baby. Okay, so bait and switch. When you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend one superiority die and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 feet of movement and the creature is willing and isn't incapacitated. That movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Okay. So here we go. This doesn't make a lot of sense either, but... Okay, when you are within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend a superiority die, not one. Die and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 feet of your movement and the creature is willing and isn't incapacitated. Okay. I'm getting rid of the second part. Bait and switch. I think bait and switch is fine just like that. So I'm trimming that down a little bit. Okay, alright. So that's that. So if I go back up here, multiverse. Okay, so I think there was one thing I wanted to put in here. Here we go. That's right. So battle tactics, I feel like we've kind of sorted that out now. I'm a lot happier with what I did there. Title to military rank, fluff utility. We've got a lot of utility going on now. I don't think we need to worry about that. Iron nerves, fear, higher levels, don't know about that. Medic, combat medic is a maneuver. Combat medic. Now, how's that going to be? No, I'm going to leave that. I'm not too sure what to do with this. Combat medic maneuvers. That's a question mark. I might leave this as unfinished business. Okay. Let's see. So now I have to sort of position stuff around. There's a lot of jumping back and forth required here. So I'm going to start putting in this table. I need to take a quick break and then I will do this. Hi Mike, how are you doing? You think the Arcane Archer could be a smite better? I wasn't really thinking about the Arcane Archer right now, but interesting. Hashtag. I'm just trying to, I'm not really trying to solve problems for subclasses, because I'm just trying to solve problems for the class overall. I want the class to be what it feels like it should be. Anyway, so arranging the abilities. This is going to be interesting. Arranging the abilities next. So this table is something I have to fill in. I have a lot of different features that I've created and a lot of things I want to move around, not as much as you might think though. And I need to put the progression in, and I also need to add in the titles as well. So there's a little bit of work, a little bit of fiddling around. I'm going to do that when I come back, and hopefully I can get that organized in the next half hour, and then I'll be done for today. Anyway, 5 minutes and I'm back. Here we go. Stepping it in. All right. Okay. Switching myself into let's rock it on through. Let's rock it on through. Let's do this. Well, if I do that, it's probably better, eh? And then I can just shrink this little sucker a little bit more. And we'll do that shortly. So let's add in these numbers. Okay, cool. All right, that's better. Let's get this table done and then rearrange wherever we've got to position everything and just see where it all sits. Okay. You can see these are going to be a few things I'm going to have to tack on later on. Anyway, so plus 2. And let's just go down all to the bottom and make sure it's all going to the center, because I don't have to keep doing that. That would be just painful. We'll center it. Okay, so plus 2. There we go, and plus 2. All right, well, been an interesting day, I have to say. I learned a lot in a space of almost 5 hours. So at level 5 it goes to a 3. Yep. 3. Come on. 3. And at level 8, it's still a 3. It goes to, okay. And then it's a 4. I'm getting tired now, so my brain's going to be hopefully not completely useless to me. And then level 13. Level 13 is a +5. And that means that's a +4. That's probably going to help. +4. And then when I go to 6 is a 17, isn't it? Okay, that's better. +5, +5, and then we go 6. And a 6. Plenty of 6s, plenty of 6s. Okay, there we go. That's that. Now I want to put the titles in. This is going to be interesting because in 5e there are no titles, are there? Titles don't exist in 5e. they are a thing of the past. And yet my group, who are made up of 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds, want them back. Even the youngest want them back. So, and they didn't even had them. So, Fighter 22. Let's have a look at what page 22 in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition has to say. What are the titles? It's listed here somewhere, I know. 21, 22. Here we go. So it only goes to from level 1 to level 11. And yet we need to have 20 different titles. Okay. Okay, so we need okay, so hashtag, here we go. Hashtag need some title names from level 12 to 20. I'll let you guys decide what you want to do with that. And I am going to type in what we have. So we have here, level 1 is you're a veteran. Really? Does that make sense? Maybe I shift that a little bit. Does that make sense that you would be a veteran at level 1? I don't feel like you would be a veteran. I might just shuffle that. I think there should be something else here. I don't want to be a veteran. I want veteran to start at level 2. Hang on. Wonder if I pull up AD&D 2nd edition, will I find an easy way of solving this problem? That's a good point. Got a few books in front of me, don't I? Warrior, Fighter, 36. What does 36 have to say? Page 36. Okay, so 2nd edition, Fighter, experience points, they did not have titles anymore. Did they get rid of them? They did. They got rid of titles after 1st edition AD&D. I didn't realize that. I've only just noticed it now because I'm looking in the book. So that means that it was decided that there was no real benefit to having these titles in the game. Correct? Interesting. All right. You suck. Let's put that aside. Let's just put some titles in. Veteran. Veteran. And I will go down and center it all because that's probably a good idea. And we will make sure it's going where it needs to go, which is to the middle. Veteran. Okay, warrior. Okay, veteran, warrior. Yep, sure. I believe that. Swordsman. Now, I don't want to call it swordsman. I want to call it something else. Sword something. Hero at level 5. I can believe that. Yep, I can see that happening. Swashbuckler. Swashbuckler. Okay, all right. What the heck is that supposed to be? Myrmidon. What's a Myrmidon? A Myrmidon. Well, now I need to type that in and find out what Myrmidon actually means, because I don't understand what the Myrmidon means. Let's go here. Define Myrmidon. What does Myrmidon actually mean? A follower or subject of a powerful person, typically one who is unscrupulous or carries out orders unquestionably. Why is it called that? That's a weird one. I don't really like that very much. I think I'm not a fan of that one either. Okay, I'm putting a question mark on that one. Myrmidon. Champion. Champion is next. Champion. Okay. Level 8. Champion. Alright. Superhero. I don't know if I like that one. I'm putting a question mark beside the superhero too, because I'm not too sure about that one. I want it to be something else. This is where we need something. Yeah, okay. Alright. Lord. Level 10, a lord. I feel like you would be a lord at level 10. Okay. Now, more of these. I think at level 20, I feel like you're in an avatar. It's avatar. You're an avatar. Like, I feel like that's what, if you define what avatar is, that they're pretty powerful, right? Avatar. Define avatar. Manifestation of a deity or released soul and body, form on earth or incarnate divine teacher. An icon or figure representing a particular person in the video. Avatar. I think I want to put that as a title. So I'm going to have to talk to the others about what they want to put in here in terms of titles, because I'm not hugely fond of some of these. Champion. Yeah, I don't know. Slash, I actually think maybe general. I feel like general is potentially something that we'd put in there. And this one here, don't know. I don't know. Okay, so those are the titles. I haven't got very far with the titles. Let's not worry too much about the titles. I'll come back. I'll talk to my buddies and we'll figure out what to put where and what they should be. And I'll have a lot more of a Miranda on that one. Okay, let's deal with the actual features itself. So if I have a look at what we have here in the Player's Handbook 71, and I type in the various things that we have, and then I have to just make sure I line it up with the things that we've built. Okay, so first off, let us shrink this little sucker. Lord General, actually. Maybe I'm going to cut that out. I might put that here. Paste General. Question mark. It's a question mark, that one. I'll come back to this. Okay, alright. And just if I just shrink this over a bit more, we leave a bit more space, we can probably do that again. Okay, alright, now, first features, second wind. Second wind is something I think they should have right out the bat, because I think it's a fighter thing. Fighter style, I moved to level 2, I know this. fighting style, and I believe action surge is still where it is too. Action surge. Okay. Now, if that's there and that's there, I just need to make sure I've got all the things that because I loaded up quite a few different things in here, didn't I? And I have to decide where everything's going to live. So let's go back to the beginning. This document is getting long. Down, 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 down. That's all fine. That's all fine. Fighting style is at level 2. Yes, I decided level 2, but I also wanted to add in another fighting style later on. Is there additional? Where else would you normally get fighting styles? Does somebody remember fighting styles? I think you only get one fighting style. I think that's usually the going thing, right? You only get one fighting style, whereas I actually want them to be able to have access to at least 2 fighting styles. Okay, starting at 2nd level, you adopt a particular style of fighting as your specialty. Choose one of the following options. Okay, so 9th level. Let's do that. I think they had suggested they were going to do it at level 6, but I'm going to go with level 9, just before the sort of the jump over. I think that's what they have done in the fighter, if I recall. Fighting style level 1, but we're doing it fighting style level 2. Then you go down, 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 and feat. Fighting subclass. I'm sure I saw something about fighting style. Level 1. Mastery. Action surge. Unearthed Arcana. No. I'm sure it was like level 6. Did I not see something level 6? No, maybe I didn't. Maybe that's not what. Okay, all right. So that's fine. So I'm okay. So starting. At level. At fighter class. At fighter level. Nine, you can select an additional fighting style. Okay, so fighting style level 9. Okay, so that's what I wanted to put here. Right, so that's that. We've got our kit. We've built that out. We've got that. We've got it unarmed. Second wind is a 1st level feature, and the bush survival I want it to be 1st level as well. So we're going to take these. Traveling, and we're going to put them in the front, and action surge is level 2. Cut, fighting style level 2. Okay, so this is where it needs to live. This is where I'm placing it. Paste. And I hadn't decided what was going on with here. That's why I've highlighted them. Okay, all right. So second wind, bush survival, those are level 1 features. So I just need to make sure I put bush survival and second wind into 1st level. Okay. All right, where are we? scroll on down to bush survival, bush survival. Yeah, here we go, bush survival. Okay, so bush survival's in. Next. Okay, yep. Fine, fine, fine. Next, we move it up. Let's go all the way up real fast. And let's have a look. That's fine. That's all right. I'm going to leave it as it is for now. Fighting styles level 2. Action surge is level 2. Okay. And then we have our martial archetype. And our martial archetype positions are already set up, so we don't have to worry about that. Ability score improvement stuff is already set up. We need to make sure I put in the appropriate extra attack, because you get extra attack at level 5, 11, and 20, don't you? And level 20. So that's... Okay. Let's put an extra attack. About 9. 11. Okay. So extra attack. Okay. 11 is extra attack. But this is number 2. Bracket 2. And I think we're going to be putting more stuff in here, but we'll see. And then the next one is not till level 20, which is a long way off. Okay, alright. And then level 20 is going to have some other stuff as well. So, I already know, got a pretty good idea of what's going there. So that's fine. Indomitable. Indomitable. I think Indomitable is still going to be staying in. I don't remember taking it out. So I'm pretty sure we're all good with that. Let's just have a look. Bush survival, fighting styles, action surge. That extra attack. Loyal followers. So beginning at 6th level, your character is required to take on... who can... Now I had said level 6, but do I do level 6 or do I do level 8? Because I'm kind of thinking it would be smart to position them around the ability score improvements. So loyal followers might be the best time to do it is at level 8. And an apprentice at level 8 definitely kind of makes sense. Level 6 you can kind of get away with. And then of course we get level 10, you're getting something else. You're getting more. So the question is, do I do it that way? That's the question, is do I do it that way? My spaces are level 4, level 8. Okay. If I put it at level 8, and then we go level 10 for the next step, which we've got there, what do we look like in terms of other stuff? We have Battle Engineer. Well, I still need to have a place to position Battle Engineer. So is there a place for it? Battle Engineer. Would you have Battle Engineer before Loyal Followers? Or after? And I'm starting to think that Battle Engineer might be something that we do at level 6 for a fighter. and loyal followers comes later. But it needs to be before you wind up getting a castle. So, okay, all right. Sorry, people. I'm trying to sort of arrange things, and it's actually proving to be a little difficult because there's a lot of stuff to squeeze in. Loyal followers level 8. Battle beginning at. Well, have a think about it, Fred. You've got to make a decision. Come on. Battle engineer. Okay. Well, Indomitable, level 9. So Indomitable is staying. A remarkable athlete. Do I even put that in? Whew. Yep, this is actually much harder than I thought it would be. Paste. Beginning at 6th level, your character becomes a battle engineer. Okay, so that means I'm actually moving this so it'll be sooner rather than later. And we're going to cut it. And we're going to put it here. So Battle Engineer is going to sit there. Which means we have the guild stuff. Now the guild stuff. Yeah, that's another problem in itself, isn't it? Okay. And then this starting at level 10, or do we want level 12? Starting at level 10. No, I think level 10 is probably about right. 5, level 6. Okay, all right. A lot of hard thinking going on here, people. Level 6. Now, why did I have martial archetype? It's because they've got quite a lot going on, the fighter at level 6, don't they? I've forgotten about that. They have an enormous amount going on, in fact. They get an additional, they don't get more than one, they don't get the same one progression as everybody else. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, they've got one at 14, level 14. So you can improve your ability scores multiple times. I had not considered that. I had not even thought about just how many times they get one. Copy. Oh. Right. Kind of a frustrating situation there. I hadn't really considered just how many ability score improvements a fighter gets compared to your standard class. And that just fills up their regiment of stuff with a lot more. This is part of the reason why I'd asked my group to allow me to remove some stuff. But they didn't want to do it. 12. 10. We don't get another one there. Extra attack. There's one at 14. So we've got 14 as well. 14. Paste. Okay, so that's going to change how I lay things out completely now. Now that I've considered, didn't consider that that problem. And they've got a martial archetype at level 18 for the fighter. Because it goes 7. Okay, so this is all right. So all right, I see. So giving them a martial archetype and then an ability score improvement is not the end of the world. But it does leave less space than I was hoping. Okay. Not the best situation. Okay. Level 1 grunt. I don't want to call him a grunt. It's tempting, but I don't want to call him a grunt if I can help it. It seems like a bad title to give them a grunt. Swordsmith, Swordmaster. Swordmaster. Thank you. That's much better. Swordmaster. Not a swordsman, a swordmaster. Swordmaster. Yes. Follower of a higher level warrior. Yes. Usual minion. No. Protector. Folk hero. Rather than superhero, folk hero. I like that much more. Let's do that. Folk hero. Good ideas, people. Folk hero. Much better name. I don't like Myrmidon still. I still dislike it. Protector. Not a bad idea either. Let's put that here. Protector. If I put grunt, it's going to be with a question mark because I don't like the word grunt. I mean, I suppose you are at level 1, you are a grunt, aren't you? But anyway. Okay, alright, so now that I've done this and I've done that, I now have to decide where are things going. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 of these for the marshals. And if I have 5 already, then we're all good. But what do we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and we don't have a 5th one. And actually, maybe we should give them a 5th one. Maybe we should give them another progression. 14 and 18. Would that help for me? Would that help me or cause problems? 3, 6, 10, 14, 18. We'll do that. We can do that with a fighter. And I'm not actually against the idea of doing that with the other classes, frankly, too. So that's fine. Let's do that. Let's just make sure I've got the martial progression where it sees it. So yeah, so it's going to go 3, 6, 10, 14, 18. And so we just need to find it. 3, 6, 10, 14, 18. Where I go? Here we go. So 3, 6, 10, 14, and 18. And 8th level. That's one level. 8th level. 8th level. There we go. All right, 8th level. Okay, so that's sorted that problem out. I've finally figured out where I've got to put all of these sodding ability score things. So fighter used to be, so that's 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, and 19. Which makes them very, very strong for increasing stuff. Like, that's pretty good. Okay. Squire, apprentice for level 1. I don't want to put squire or apprentice because I don't think you're a squire or apprentice at level 1. I think you'd be level 0 for a squire or apprentice. So I think, yeah, I prefer to have grunt than squire or apprentice. So that's where my head is at. Now, let's see, what else is there? Battle engineer, I was going to put at level 6, but will that work now? Battle engineer. Okay, so level 6 is looking very busy. Battle engineer could fit quite nicely into level 5, but level 7, what is level 7 normally? Oh, we've changed the position of the martial archetype, so level 7 is now quite freed up. But we're going to add something else too, weren't we? So yes, okay, interesting. Interesting little predicament here. Extra attack. So let's see where the gaps are, I guess. If I see where the gaps are, then I know what to do, right? So what else is there that I haven't built? Extra attack is such a simple thing. Battle engineer. I'm going to put battle engineer there. I think it can be at level 5. So let's go back to level 5. Change it to level 5. Battle engineer. Battle engineer. Battle. God, I hope they let me trim some stuff out. Okay, level 5. That's where it's going to be. So level 5, which means you'll get the other feature for battle engineer at level 10. Okay. Level 8 is loyal followers. Loyal followers. Let's do this. Level 8. What the hell does level 8 look? Loyal followers. So can go there. Loyal followers, level 8. Okay. I'm running out of water. Where's my water? Oh, there's some more water. Cool. I should be finishing up because I'm planning to go to the movies, but I want to do this. Next, let's have a look here. Position. Where is it going to go? Battle engineer, loyal followers, indomitable, remarkable athlete. Not hugely fond of the idea of doing it, but I'm going to cut. And since they asked for it, I'll put it in, I guess. So we'll put it straight after this. That'll be level 7. Remarkable athlete. Copy. Level 7. Remarkable athlete. There we go. All right. That's that one. Next. That's the purity die. Don't need that. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Battle engineer. Remarkable athlete. Followers. Indomitable is level 9 and level 17. Indomitable and 17. No, it's 13 as well. Well, it's in the right position. So I just need to just make sure I put it onto the chart and table so I know it's where. Yes, okay. Indomitable. One use. Okay, I think that was right. So we're just going to go copy paste. Copy. And then the next one is supposed to be level 13. 13 has got a big space in it. Thank God for that. That's 2 uses. And the last one, Indomitable, is 17. And there's a space. Thank God for that. And that is 3 uses. And that is 2 uses. Okay, Indomitable. So that's that one done. Next. No, we've done them, we've done that. That's fighting styles. There. Battle engineer, we've got level 5. Level 7, remarkable athlete, we've got it. Loyal followers is in. Indomitable is in. Okay. Level 10, there is a progression on that, isn't there? I don't know that I need to worry about that too much. Do I need to worry about that too much? Level 10? It's not like a second use, so I don't think it's necessary. Indomitable. Okay, so property rights. So property and stronghold rights. That there, I've got to decide where that's going to live. Copy. Because this is a pretty major part of the whole thing. And I've been wanting to do it for like forever, so let's have a look. Is it level 11 or is it level 12? I think that's where it's going to wind up living eventually. Is it level 11 or level 12? A level 11 or level 12? I think we can do it at level 11. Because there's not much going on there, right? We can go here. Okay. A level 11, that's fine. Okay, so that's going to sit there. Sweet. Next. As I squeeze more and more things in here, it'll get closer and closer to the end, I'm sure. That's the property rights. That's a level 11. That's good. We got that. And then the patron gift at level 16. Now, why have I done 16? I've done 16 because I didn't think 17 was going to be necessary. Let's see. It could be 17 now, maybe. What does it look like here? 15? No. I don't think 15 is a good time. What's it 15 normally? Martial archetype. I'm not going to do that. I could put it here at 16 or I could put it here at 17. Indomitable. 3 uses. This here. Patron gift at level 16. We can do that. I think that's fine. It can live at 16. Or can I move it to 17? Is it really going to matter? Indomitable is just another use of something. No, Let's move it to 17. Let's move it back to 17. Cut. Let's move it back to 17. I don't have to do it too soon. I can do it there. That's fine. I'm happy with that. So 17 now. 17. So that is now 17. A little bit further on. Okay, so Champion of the Gods. Champion of the Gods is an interesting one, and that this little sucker here can go like this. I want that at level 20, obviously. It's not going to go anywhere else. So let's go copy. Champion of the Gods. And we are... now we had another fighting style too, didn't we? Because I gave you more than one. So did I add in the other fighting style? I didn't, did I? So this will be our last capstone. This is the thing that's supposed to be the crowning jewel. Champion of the Gods. Okay. Right. And we've got a great huge space on 15. And we have... I wonder if I could shift that. Oh, let's have a think about that in a second. Or do I make it 15 instead of 10? Another fighting style. That's a long time to wait. I'm not sure I'm going to do that. Okay. All right. Sorry about this, people. I'm just trying to rearrange stuff until I get it where I need it to be. And patron gift 17, 20. Guild member. Jeez, I hadn't even... Oh, there's another one here. I forgot about that. There's two more that I need to place somewhere. All right. Like fighting style. Just check the fighting style again. Bush, fighting style. So I had set level 9. It's level 2 and level 9. Do I want it to be level 9? In fact, I'm tempted to go fighting style 2 and 9. So fighting style level 2. Fighting style level 2. Fighting style level 9. Yeah. Get 2 fighting styles, one at level 9, and I'm going to do another one at level 15. So that will make 3 fighting styles in total that you could pick if you wanted to. Yep, that's what I'll do. 15, 9 and 15. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we can add in 7. So we can add in more fighting styles if we want to, and yep. At class 1, 9 and 15, you select one additional fighting style. Okay. That's okay. All right, now I have to decide on what to do with these other things here. So guild membership, I'd started looking at level 4, level 5, and World Traveller. World Traveller, I had suggested that we do that at level 12. Why level 12? There's a reason for it, isn't it? World Traveller. Copy. Let's have a look at this table of ours. It's getting pretty busy if you ask me. That's the reason why, isn't it? It's because there was just an ability score improvement there. It's probably why I wanted to put it there. But we could probably also put it at level 16, World Traveller. No, because we were changing it up, weren't we? I know there's a reason why I did it this way. Format. We're going to probably change the name to Multiverse Traveller. I think that is World Traveller. No. World Traveller, it kind of tells you everything you need to know. I think World Traveller is a good point to put it. At level 12 will work for the kinds of things that I want. So, so let's get rid of this multiverse stuff and just put world. I don't need to say anything about level 17. We've got stuff at level 12. We're going to take this and position it. Cut. It's 12 now. So I've got to find the sequence, don't I? That's 11. It's 8, 7, 11, 12. And here. Paste. Okay. So, beginning at 12th level, okay. Okay, so we've listed that, we've told them what we're doing, we'll do a progression here. Level 12, that's World Traveller. Actually, maybe I should have, maybe I should strip it off and make it a separate thing. $16 would actually not be a bad idea too. It doesn't need to necessarily be 17, it could be 16. Multiverse Traveller. World Traveller, Multiverse Traveller. That's better. 16. Yeah, space jamming and travelling the universe, that's about when it would happen. So it can go there. Okay. So 16. It is. So we're making it 16. Cut. Okay, so which is actually straight after this one, isn't it? So Multiverse Traveller. There we go. So I'm making two separate things here. It's going to be a little bit easier to sort of track. Okay, that's better. Happier with that. Bit more water. At 16th level, fighter is traveling the multiverse and gains a Spelljammer ship, balloon, airship, or flying ship with Game Master approval. In all cases, the fighter is required to complete a quest to gain their new vehicle. Yes. Multiverse Traveler. Okay. Last one. God, she's a full little mother. Where is guild member going to go? Guild member probably is going to be a bit of a hassle because I need to break it up into some sort of progression. Okay, if I give out all of this all at once, it's a bit much to deal with. So let's have a look at what we have here. Well, it's not going to be at 19th level. That would be silly. It's not going to be at 18th level. Extra, no, it's not going to go there. It's not going to go there. 15th level, guild member, not. It's way too late. It's not going to need to go into 14. 13, no. 12, no. 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 Remarkable athlete. Level 17. Level 7. Is level 7 a bad idea if I left it too late? Actually, probably not, hey? I think about it. Probably not. That's probably a good spot to stick it. Guild member, level 7. Remarkable athlete and guild member. So level 4 looks a little bit light, but there's really no spaces, and God, it's packed like you wouldn't believe, but okay, alright. Level 7. We'll make it level 7. That's what it'll be. Insanity. Okay. So, beginning at the 7th level, your character is invited to a guild because you are an expert in your field that grants additional resources. This grants additional resources. This grants additional resources. All guild benefits are at the Game Master's discretion. And I have listed off everything. Level 7, can I live with this? Myself. I have also got to try and figure out how to make this all work myself. I am probably not too upset by that. Actually, it's going to be fine. It should be fine. So we're going to cut, and we're going to level 7. No. Level 7. Alright, okay, so this is this one here. Alright. Okay, so I don't recommend that when you're making your own classes or subclasses that you have them as packed as this. This is just me having to contend with my own home group's peculiar desires to keep everything the same but have more stuff that isn't the same old stuff. Like, it's kind of a little silly. I totally get it, people, because, but maybe if they see this and they think, well, Fred, you've added in a whole lot of stuff that we really like. We don't have to have all this other stuff. Then I can chop a bit of stuff out. That I would appreciate. So let's have a look at this. This is what I've done. In the rather long time that we've been sitting here. So the fighter class features didn't change much of the hit point stuff. In fact, didn't change anything. We gave them standard skills, athletics as survival, and they get to pick two more skills, and everything else is essentially the same. Equipment is the same apart from the Explorer pack and Dungeoneers pack. I created their own pack which has a lot more gear in it and equipment because I think that would be fun, and also it makes sense. Second wind is at first level, bush survival first level. which has got a whole bunch of stuff that is yet to be sort of finalized. There's a couple of yellow spots, but you get to going to give you some foraging skills, so you can actually forage for yourself but nobody else. It will allow you to navigate in daylight with a map and compass and the sun, and possibly a needle if you need to make your own one. Domesticated animals riding should not be too much of an issue for you anymore. And forced marches are not going to be an issue for you because you're going to be better at it than anybody else. Fighting styles, you get them at level 2, level 9, and level 15. So instead of just getting 1, you get 3 now fighting styles out of the ones that you could select from. So yes, that's a bit more. And then we have Action Surge at level 2, and you'll also get another Action Surge at level 15. Martial archetypes are going to be at level 3, 6, 10, 14, and 18. So I've given you probably a bigger progression than there was before. Ability score improvements are going to be at level 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, and 19, which is a lot, but then it's a fighter. Extra attack you get at level 5, you get get more attacks at level 11 and at level 20, so that's going to be pretty standard. Battle engineer at level 5, so you can build stuff, and that's around warfare, sieging castles and stuff like that, because you're leading up to that. I want you to have something, and I want you to be good at it as a fighter because it makes sense. So that's building siege equipment. There's a bit of a progression on that one as well. Skills in building basic structures like bridges, putting up a tent quickly, and building shelters like a bivouac. You can dig your own trenches, foxholes, but also you could do a palisade or a trench network. You can do that a bit faster. You can determine an enemy's tactics and get advantage on the 3rd round and onward. Remarkable talent has just been ported over. Guild member, you are at level 7, you are going to be a guild member, and there are some things you have to do, but you do get some benefits, but it's very roleplay heavy. It's not too dice mechanic heavy. This is very much a roleplay tied in thing. These are things I normally do in my game anyway, so it's not going to be too much of it. Loyal followers, you get at level 8, and you get a increase on that at level 10. So there's going to be more of them at level 10, but you're at level 8, you're going to have an apprentice or squire, and make sure they don't get killed. Okay, and then you've got a bunch of followers at level 10. Okay, Indomitable at level 9. Haven't really changed that. You get a benefit to that at 13 and 17. Stay the same. You have property and stronghold rights at level 11, and so that there has a lot of information on how to deal with the strongholds, and a shorthand to make it a little bit easier for you to deal with. There's a little bit of missing information, but I'll fill it in when I need to, or when I can, should I say. World Traveller at level 12, you're going to get access to a vehicle, and this vehicle will be a sailing ship, a galley, a warship, a submarine, or a wagon. Of course, approval by the Game Master is part of it. Okay, Multiverse Traveller. Multiverse Traveller, you are now dealing with Spelljammer ships, a balloon, an airship, or a flying ship of some kind. But you have to complete a quest, and I believe I didn't specify a quest for this one, but I bet my players are going to say, my group's going to say, you have to have a quest required for the World Traveller as well. I'm sure they're going to say that. Do I just write it in now? Okay, here we go. Copy. I know they're going to say it. I'm just going to stick it in now because they're just going to make me put it in later anyway. Okay. Okay, the fighter is required to complete a quest to gain their new vehicle. Done. All right. Patron gift is at level 17. It's going to be a legendary magic item. And then Champion of the Gods at level 20. It's epic boon, and you can now talk to a god or a deity or an ancient dragon or a legendary monster or some sort of powerful patron, whatever it might be. And then we have the martial maneuvers, which I've gone through, and I've changed maneuvers so that you can use one per round. That's it. There's no pull to track. That's it. I've got rid of the reactions. I've got rid of the bonus actions. And yeah, that's it. And we're going to, I don't know what to do with this. I might just leave that for now. But then we have our table, and our table is looking very, very busy. But I've managed to squeeze in all the things they asked for pretty much. Anyway, good Lord. I'm going to say it now. I am very tired. What an effort. What a task. Can I just say that for anybody who's ever considering doing some sort of design around classes or subclasses, like when people say it's actually not as easy as it looks, they're probably right. Okay. So my group have given me some notes on what to do with the rogue, but I don't feel like the rogue is one of those things that needs that much done with it that soon or that quickly. Like a lot of people, I mean, the rogue is pretty much on the right track anyway. So I don't really want to mess with that. If there's anything that needs to be dealt with, it's that bloody monk, the warrior monk, or the martial artist. The monk is such a mess as a class. And I love the monk so much, but I don't love what Wizards of the Coast has done to it, because it's awful. So we've got a lot of notes on the monk. Like there's way too many notes on the monk to contend with. But in any case, that was an interesting experience. I can tell you that now, people. Very interesting process going through that. We'd also talked about the cleric and what to do with the cleric. But maybe I'll do a poll and ask people, out of the things that we've done notes on, which would we, what do you want me to tackle in about a month, in about 2 weeks' time, not next week. Next week, next Friday, I'm going to go over Flash Gordon 5e compatible Dungeons and Dragons supplement. I found one, Flash Gordon. I know for a lot of you don't know what Flash Gordon is, but trust me, Flash Gordon's cool. Well, it was cool for me. Anyway, so yes. Okay, fighter. So you will probably see, I wouldn't say I'm going to put this up on Patreon for the fighter remastered thing until I've done a little bit of fluffing around. There's a few things that are missing. There's a few things I don't have information on. And so it's going to take me a little bit of time to get that in there. But I will work on it, okay? And you're going to ensure that I do, I'm sure. Anyway, I'm sure people are going to keep me honest. Make sure I keep going. Hey, thank you for those people who hung in with me. It's been 5.5 hours, if not more. That is insane. I'm an idiot. And I apologize for dragging you through this. Is Wizards of the Coast on the right track with a fighter class for 2024? Undecided, 50%. There's a problem. Just watching, 21%. No, 15%. Yes, 12%. Okay. 32 votes. That's quite a lot. Defender of the Universe. Yes. I almost feel like that needs to be a title. Defender of the Universe. Yes, Flash Gordon is Defender of the Universe. That could be a title for one of the levels of the fighter. That would be just insane, wouldn't it not? Just insane. Anyway, I'm done. I'm finished. I'm cooked. My brain is gone. I am no good to anybody now. I need to go and see a movie. I'm going to go and see a movie. I'm going to go and see the Flash movie, or I'm going to go and see the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie. I think I'm going to go and see Flash, actually. I want to see Spider-Man too, because I love him. But I might go see Flash. Who can say no to Batman Michael Keaton? I can't. Anyway, hey, thank you to my patrons who support me on Patreon. I will eventually get around and off my ass and get this to you on Patreon so you can check it out and tell me what an insane lunatic I am. I totally understand that. Or tell me how much you hate it, or love it, or whatever it is. Probably hate it. But it will go onto Patreon, probably not today or tomorrow. I'm going to have to do a bit of more work on it, and I'm not going to do that in a live stream. I'm going to do that off camera, where it's going to probably be easier. Thank you for watching, commenting, taking part in the poll, putting up with my nonsense. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s and keep making your own stuff. Oh, I have no doubt that the Flash movie and the Spider-Man movie are both excellent. I have no doubt.